Thank you, ladies. Like Shoma said, more power to you. Keep the good fight going. Thank you. All right, we're for him to come up on stage and introduce you to our speakers this evening.
May I request Amitabh Kant and Mr. Tyagarajan, if you could come. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And after that fascinating and really interesting session on women's rights, we have another very exciting session, and that looks at India Unbound in 4 critical areas: democracy, demography, digitization, and deglobalization. Now, each of these 4 Ds, as these are called, there is a revolution of sorts that is happening across the country. And to discuss the challenges ahead, as well as the progress and maybe regress, we have 2 eminent speakers. Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa, former CEO of Niti Aayog, and a secretary to government. And PTR Thiagarajan, Tamil Nadu's erudite finance and human resources minister. PTR, I'm going to start with you on this. And let's look at the first D, and that is democracy. And India prides itself as the world's largest democracy, and Arun talked about it in his opening speech this morning, that we have overtaken China as the most populous country in the world as well. And yet, even as we speak about it, there is a raging debate in Parliament, with Rahul Gandhi being censured by the ruling BJP for his critical remarks about Indian democracy when he went to the UK recently. Just yesterday, he said that whether I'm allowed to speak or shut up is a test of India's democracy. So, Finance Minister, how do you look upon India's democracy? Is it a democracy on the ascent, as the ruling BJP and many others would like to classify it? Or is it on the descent, as Rahul Gandhi and others describe it, some even calling it an electoral autocracy?
Yeah, for me, I think democracy is at the heart of everything, right? I mean, if we go back, and I don't want to sound partisan, so I'm going to talk more philosophically. I'm happy to become partisan if you ask me the right question. But right now, I'll say, I think it is now beyond doubt that democracies where you have strong, independent institutions, where there is a vibrant opposition, where there is accountability, this kind of a democracy, high rates of growth and good social progress go together. I think that's beyond doubt. There used to be a question, does economic activity drive institutional kind of superiority or the other way around? I think right now we know it's not a chicken and egg problem. The more you have robust, independent institutions, the more you have a vibrant opposition, the more there's accountability, the more likely that you are to get not just a better society, but also a better economy, faster rates of growth. From that perspective, I would have to say that it's not a subjective opinion on almost any scale, anywhere in the world, that our democracy has not been progressing in the last few years, probably regressing. Institutions are becoming less independent, more kind of aligned with the central axis of power. So I don't want to get into instances, but broadly I would say that the quality of our democracy leaves a lot to be desired and is going in the wrong direction.
But let's also get you on what you so-called partisan, but let's see your views on Rahul Gandhi and what he said, and should he be censured by the BJP on this?
So look, I don't think any party gets the right to censure, right? Either the speaker censures, and usually that's for things that are said in the House. What is said outside the House should be kept outside the House. If you exceed the parliamentary code inside the House, the speaker has the right to make a censure. You cannot take comments made by somebody outside the House, bring that into the House and start making an issue of it unless you list it as a debate and get everybody to speak. Just because you have a majority, you cannot decide what is an acceptable subject and not an acceptable subject to be debated in the People's House. Right? There has to be some norm.
And what is your personal views about Rahul Gandhi and what he said? Do you think they were defamatory of the country?
I will restrict myself. Democracy. If it is a democracy, there should be equal opportunity in the House, and the censure or lack of censure should be for things that are said in the House. Why should I opine on anybody else's private statement outside the House? Every citizen is entitled to that. That's not subject for political debate, right? At least not in the House, outside maybe.
But you didn't say, do you agree with him or not?
It is not my job to have an opinion of what he says. I'm telling you the quality of our democracy is deteriorating, and that's unilateral in most assessments. This particular instance, I don't see as my job to comment. It's not my day job as a minister, right?
Okay. All right, I'm going to come back on to you on democracy, but Amitabh, let's bring you in. You are negotiating with 20 countries under the G20. And you've dealt with both democratic countries as well as autocratic countries in this. In your opinion, what is the advantages India has as democracy when you compare it with the rest of them? What are the big things that you see? What are the beneficial things? And would you like to also join this debate about freedom of speech and where does this thing end or begin?
So I've been negotiating with about 20 plus countries, G20 plus the invitee countries over the last 1.5 years now, including the Indonesian presidency. I think all these countries view India as a very lively, as a very vibrant democracy. For them, the political narrative is important, and they view India from the perspective of the fact that you've got a prime minister who's got democratically elected the second time and has a very high level of acceptance by the public at 70% plus even now, after 2.5 years. Secondly, to my mind, democracy is also about the kind of developmental work you've done to transform the lives of citizens in terms of providing electricity, in terms of houses, in terms of roads made, in terms of implementing the aspirational district program in some of the most backward districts of India and change the lives of those citizens. Everything else, to my mind, is secondary to that. You, within a democratic framework, if you are able to, say, provide 30 million houses, which is like providing a house to every single Australian. You've provided 110 million water connections, which is like providing a water connection to every single German. And you've provided almost 243 million toilets, which is like providing toilets to every single person in Brazil, and made 55,000 kilometers of roads in a democratic setup through an electoral process. You've elected people, and you've provided 2.5 billion vaccinations, all through democratic process by digitalizing your process. That's a great achievement, and we should focus on those achievements.
You know, we can actually go through this whole session talking on democracy, but I will circle back to this subject again. And let's deal with the other 3Ds, because they are also very critical in what we're looking at in terms of India's growth. And let's talk about, this is a much talked about subject, the demographic dividend. Now, there is a huge eligible working population, and India is probably going to have the largest because China is declining. And 59% of our population is between the ages 20 to 60, which is the working population. Now, have we exploited PTR, in your opinion, the advantage that is there, or will this, because we have not done the kind of things that we've done, really become a curse rather than a dividend?
I think there's a window of opportunity where we will have this kind of average age be in our favor. Places like Tamil Nadu, we are already past that. We're past the peak. Our birth rate is now only about 1.6 TFR. So we're already aging population. Without migrant labor, we cannot function, and that's why we're very conducive and open to it. But as a country, and particularly, and there's a great disparity, right? If you take like the northern states, the TFR is still 3 plus, in some cases 3.5 plus. So there, unless you can create job opportunities fast enough, you're going to have a problem. That's very clear. If you look across the span of history, having a lot of unemployed youth is a precursor for social unrest. So I think, at least as far as my state is concerned, we still have a lot more to do, but we are not in a desperate situation where we have a lot of unemployed youth. The youth unemployment rates are probably, in the 10, 12%. But if the statistics that I read are accurate around the country, as high as 25, 30, higher than that, surely that becomes a problem. If not now, sooner rather than later, that becomes a problem. So I think job creation, for example, in our state, we are focusing a lot on skilling beyond gross education, which is the highest in the country. Enrollment in higher education is double the national average, right? It's 52%. Yet we have a lot of people who are not capable of getting employed immediately upon graduation or in the right field and so forth. So we focused a lot since we came to power 2 years ago on upskilling and finding partnerships where we can pre-certify people in required skills, not just in India, but in places like Australia or Germany, so that we can have direct employment opportunities in places where there's a shortage of labor, and we can move our people into that high end of the labor spectrum, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 starting wages kind of jobs.
No, I'm glad you mentioned skilling, and Amitabh, this is something I'd like to ask you about, because if you looked at, critical to this demographic dividend is how much skilled manpower you have. And if you looked at the statistics, it shows that compared to other countries, India has barely 3% of its total labor force that has done some kind of vocational training or the others. Whereas if you look at China, it's around 20%, and as you get to developed countries, 40% and above. What does India need to do? You were head of Niti Aayog. You had handled a lot of these issues. Why haven't we moved quickly enough? Because the demographic dividend, according to experts, began from 2010 onwards, and we knew it was coming. Did we fall behind, and what needs to be done now?
So Raj, important point is that out of a population of 1.4 billion, we still have a billion plus people below the age of 35, and the demographic dividend, if you look at entire India, the average age will be about 29 right till 2070. So you will have a very young India, but critical to what you said is that you need to create formal jobs. You can't be growing at very high rates of 9 to 10% with 42% of your population dependent on agriculture. So you need to move population from agriculture to very sustainable urbanization. And I'm a great believer that urbanization creates better quality of life. It's a center of innovation. It's a center of growth, and it enables you to create good formal jobs. It's very, very important that many states, and particularly the eastern part of India, need to do this manufacturing-led urbanization. And that's very critical in the days to come. So many of these things, to my mind, improving learning outcomes, health outcomes, the government of India has done a lot on several of these issues in terms of a new education policy, but we must realize that several of these subjects are state subjects. We are a very large country. We are bigger than 25 countries of Europe. Every state has to deliver on learning outcomes and health outcomes, and much like the southern part of India has done. And these states need to excel on skilling. Because that's a massive opportunity, and they need to really push the limits on good manufacturing-led urbanization, and that will create the right quality of jobs. But there's a massive opportunity of actually providing 25 to 30% of the workforce of the world by 2070 to the rest of the world from India, and that's a massive opportunity in terms of skilling.
Now, shouldn't you had mentioned that skilling is education is a state subject? Shouldn't industry start moving on it? Shouldn't there be this matching thing that's to happen? And look, the Modi government is now going to be 9 years old. They actually did a good thing by combining human resources with skill development. Otherwise, they're separate ministries. Why hasn't that worked? I mean, it's 9 years, and you should have had one generation coming out from that, or many, if you're just doing vocational education.
So the objective was that when you train people, you skill them through the private sector, through the industry councils. The objective was that the private sector will pay a higher wage to the skilled worker rather than the informal worker. And industry should pay that because you're getting a skilled worker. That ability of the industries to pay a much higher wage level to the skilled worker hasn't actually happened in reality. And I think it's for the industry associations to really push for that in a very big way. Because a person who spent time on getting skilled must get a higher wage rate. And that is what has happened in Germany. That is what has happened in all areas, in all countries where skilled workers were really used as apprentices in the manufacturing process.
Now, I mean, we could have also dealt with this in much detail, but let's move to the third D, which is digitization. And here, India certainly leaps ahead of others in terms of bridging the digital divide. And we've seen that there's this old saying that earlier we used to have more temples than toilets. Now we had, and then the stage came where we had more toilets than temples after the Swachh Bharat scheme. But now we seem to have more mobile phones and cell phones than toilets and temples. So there is a revolution that's there. And Amitabh, maybe you could begin, and then PTR, I'll get you onto this. How can we leverage this phenomenal thing that's happening? And where's the great advantage we have?
So, Raj, my belief is that it's a remarkable story. It's very unlike the big tech model of United States, where Google, Microsoft, Apple led the revolution with their own citizens' data. It's very different from the GDPR model of Europe, where they laid emphasis on privacy, but not on innovation, and therefore innovation has got impacted in Europe. But in India, we built up digital identity for every Indian. And between 2015 and 2017, we opened 500 million bank accounts. That means 55% of the bank accounts during that period were opened in India. Every second bank account was opened in India. We seeded the digital identity, Aadhaar, and your mobile number to that. And therefore, Indians started doing fast payments from their mobile. I've not used my debit card, credit card. I've not been to a bank. I've not used my ATM machine. For the last 4 years, my mobile is my virtual bank. And India does 11x more digital payments than what United States and Europe does. We do 4x more digital payments than what China does. It's a huge story. Doing 2.5 billion vaccination, totally paperless, cashless, digital during the COVID period is a remarkable story. And building up Diksha and Swayam and all this, because these are open source model, these are open APIs, they are interoperable, on top of which the private sector innovates. India is the only country where PhonePe competes with Google Pay in the market space. India is the only country where Paytm competes with WhatsApp in the marketplace, and 40 apps compete with each other. So this is a remarkable story. The challenge is that if you look around the world, there are 4 billion people without a digital identity. There are 2 billion people without a bank account. There are 133 countries which do not even have a digital payment mechanism, a fast payment mechanism. And this model which India has built up, to my mind, is the future of the world. Most tech innovations in the past have come from the developed world, but this is a model built by India. And this model needs to be taken as a business model across the world and to change the lives of citizens in many countries of the world.
I think we should applaud India for that, let's put it that way. Amazing work. PTR, coming to you. Your chief minister is known as the dashboard chief minister. He has a dashboard where he tracks every single development that's happening across it. How can a state like Tamil Nadu leverage that? What is the advantages and what are the disadvantages? Have you seen any lacuna that you find that needs correction?
Let me answer this more as a former banker than anything else. While I agree with the notions and the ideas that my friend has stated here, in the parliament, I think a few days ago, there was a reply that the cash in circulation today is twice what it was at the time of demonetization, twice in actual value. So something is not quite universal. I agree. I was a banker. I've seen what electronic transformation can do. it is as good or better than in any other country. The RBI has a lot of credit for this. This was true even 10 years ago. The payment model in India was, or 20 years ago, better than most countries. Where we have a problem is there is still a divide, and that is in a state like Tamil Nadu, which is the most urbanized state in the country. 50% of all people live in cities, and yet we don't have as good access. We are just going to announce in this budget a special program to provide last mile access to the villages and to everybody. So first of all, access is not universal. Second, a lot of people don't have the basic kind of capacity. So we moved a lot of our things online. You see, when you have a lot of people-to-people interactions, there's room for rent-seeking, malfeasance, all kinds of complexity. So we moved a lot of services online, including getting like your life certificate for your pension, including getting your other government documents and so forth. And we found some people just don't have the capacity to reach through the online portal. Particularly the older, poorer people don't have access yet. So we have now found mechanisms to take the service to their house. So, we have to be a bit thoughtful. There is still a digital divide, maybe not nearly as bad as it used to be. But in our government, we are trying our best to first get everybody online, second, move as many services as possible online, and remove the need for physical buildings, for personal interaction, for any kind of downside that arises from it. But I think somewhere in the total payment model, as good as we are, we still need to get a lot better because the volume of cash, for example, let's give the contrast. When I was a banker globally in Kenya, when Vodafone announced the M-Pesa, within something like 5 years, 65% of the economy was transacting on one platform. Right? So I think that level of reach we have still not got. So there's room for us to improve, particularly through inclusion and better access and training in remote areas. Urbanization will fix a lot of problems, but you'll always have rural areas. So you still got to have some program for that.
Well, I could have continued, but we have barely less than 5 minutes for the fourth D. And I think this is a very important D because we are looking at a massive trend, they say, of deglobalization. And many thought it was because of COVID, but studies show that even before COVID set in, you had this process of deglobalization happening, starting from 2011. And the economists talked of it and called it globalization. More currently, we are not looking at a total deglobalization, but maybe a regionalization that they call it. So Amitabh, you've been dealing with G20 countries. This is something that India is very, India has advantages. It has just moved into the globalization phase, wants to benefit from all the foreign exchange that's coming in, plus the supply chains. And yet, there is a regressive movement. Countries are becoming insular and protectionist. What does India need to do?
Raj, I'm a believer that India needs to grow at rapid rates. We need to grow at 8% plus for the next 3 decades, year after year, to be able to lift a very young population above the poverty line. But that would require us to be productively very, very efficient, become very competitive, and penetrate global markets and exports. So what has happened in the world is that the global value chains have got disrupted. And the global value chains were very coupled with one country. Let me not use the word decoupling, but there was a monopoly built up. So if you look at the top manufacturers of the world, in several areas, 90% plus production was happening in one country. Now, because of geopolitics, there is going to be a breakdown of that. And therefore, this is also an opportunity. This is a huge opportunity for other countries, including India. And India has demonstrated its ability to attract investments. Our FDIs have grown, Apple, Samsung, all of them are manufacturing. So we need to get into sunrise areas of growth. These are the areas which are going to drive economies of the future, whether it's electric mobility, whether it's battery storage, whether it's mobile manufacturing. The whole world is going to see a massive amount of disruption in a vast range of sunrise areas of growth. But let me also tell you that globalization has lifted vast segments of population above the poverty line across the world. And therefore, there is, if you want to make a difference to the world and actually accelerate the pace of growth, and it's important to understand this because 1/3 of the world is under recession right now. 75 countries of the world are facing a global debt crisis. So the world needs to grow. And the answer to that is good globalization by demonopolizing production and opening up the opportunities for many other countries of the world. And therefore, countries like India must focus on becoming, as we've done so far, becoming more and more productively efficient and attracting investments from all over the world. This is our opportunity. This is a huge, huge opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We should never lose this opportunity.
But you also, I'm coming to you, Peter, but Amitabh, I'd just like to finish this. You also have this trend, what they call MAGA, Make America Great Again, which Trump talked of, right? And we also have Make in India, and if we try to make an acronym of that, it would be MEGA, Make India Great Again. Now, how do you resolve this contradiction? On one side, you're saying, let's globalize, let's exploit the value chains. On the other side, let's make in India. You start protecting your domestic industry. America is doing that. How do you resolve this contradiction?
Let me first say that when Make in India was designed, and you go back and look at those principles, it was never meant to be protectionist. It was meant to make India competitive and make India a very integral part of the global value chain. Very, very integral to the global chain. Whereas if you look at the United States new acts, Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, some of them look to be very protectionist in nature. They say that we'll give you subsidy if you make in America. That has never been the case. What we are saying is, even with the production-linked incentive scheme, what we are saying is that you go bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger for the next 5 years and penetrate global markets. So Apple is manufacturing not for the domestic market here. It's doing it so that it can export more and more. And that is what we've done. We said you go and penetrate global markets.
I'm glad you mentioned Apple, and that I want to bring you into this, Peter. How do you view this trend of deglobalization? Tamil Nadu has benefited. I mean, Apple is in many ways moving out of China, if you want to call it regionalization, and coming and setting up its largest factories in your state.
I'm not sure what I can say in 5 seconds.
No, yeah. We'll give you a minute.
Well, I think there are 4 or 5 things here. First, we should remember that globalization is secular, but at a kind of historic level, it's also cyclical. There used to be the age of empire, there used to be the age of Roman Empire, colonialism. So the extent of globalization actually goes up and down. It's not, always going up. In 20 years, 30 years, going one way, then goes the other way, then comes the other. Second, the overall volume of globalization doesn't kind of discriminate between bilateral trade or the shift away from China towards India that our colleague is talking about. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. Third, the value of globalization is inarguable. Mathematically, you will show that the more there is barrier-free trade and access, you will get greater growth, no question. The downside of globalization is unless governments are particularly focused on it, such rapid increase in growth will also lead to increases in inequality and stratification of society, and you're likely to find a lot of people get disgruntled, as you're seeing in the Western economies, because people at the lower level of skill have completely lost out on the benefits of globalization, and big investment bankers and corporates did really well. So we have to do it carefully. But I completely agree in an overall perspective that this is a wonderful opportunity. I can't think of a better time for India as a country, given the macro trends around liquidity still being quite high, around the de-risk China kind of movement, around the geopolitical instability everywhere else. This ought to be India's moment. What worries me, and this includes me as Tamil Nadu, I'm not just talking about the union government, what worries me is, are we doing enough to actually capture this opportunity, and are we dedicating the right level of attention and resources, because this window won't stay open forever.
And execution as well.
And so, it is a golden moment, probably better than any other time. Are we doing enough? I'm not that comfortable. I think there's a lot more we should do, and we need to grasp the moment while it's there.
Well, finally, there's a conclave moment that we talk about, and we have just 30 seconds for that, which is, I'm looping right back to democracy, because democracy is central. Without it, this nation will not drive itself at all. And so, Amitabh, I'll come to you first. What is it that you like best about Indian democracy, and what is it that you'd like to change about Indian democracy?
I think the election process, at that size and scale, 1 billion people voting. You go to Gir land, there are 40 tigers, there's 1 human citizen there. And the election machine goes there to get his vote. Or you go to Siachen, where just the soldiers, you go and People vote there. I mean, no democracy in the world provides you this process of voting for elections, which Indian electoral process does. It's a matter of immense pride that we are a vibrant, lively democracy of this nature.
And what is it that you'd like to improve, change, or dislike about Indian democracy?
I'm a great believer in social indices. I would like to see that all these states need to improve education, health, nutrition, which are very critical for long-term growth of India.
And PTR, what is it that you like most about Indian democracy, and what is it that you don't like about Indian democracy?
I like its diversity. I like that it has so much scale. I'll just give you one example. I was at the Indian Express or some conclave, and they said, you're a leading voice of dissent in India. And I said, it's awkward that the finance minister of a large industrialized state who ought to be the system is seen as a dissenter. It says something is structurally wrong. So I like that it's got that much diversity. And that is great, and for the scale of our country, that's wonderful. I would like to see a lot more independent, strong institutions including people like me, accountable, holding all those in power accountable to a greater degree than we have now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've run out of time. Let's give them a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amitabh. Thank you, PTR.
Thank you, gentlemen. I request you to stay on stage as I call upon Vitesh Barar, Marketing Director, BMW India, Abhay Dange, Director, Press and Corporate Affairs, BMW India. Both gentlemen do come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to put your hands together. Mr. Khan and Mr. Thiagarajan. Thank you, Mr. Chingappa. Start in the next 10 minutes. You can do that. If you're not interested in our next session, I'm sure all of us spoiled for choice here. Okay, so let's directly get into our next session. For those of you who want to go to our breakaway session, that's at 5 p.m. To tell you a bit about our next session, it's another show and tell. Remember The Mentalist, just post-lunch this time around. It's rhythm and swag, the unfiltered storm girl, and satire in 5 languages. Who is she? Well, I'm going to call upon stage our sessions moderator, Saurabh Dwivedi, editor, thelallantop.com, and India Today Hindi, to introduce you to our next panelist. Once again, for those of you, 5 p.m., our breakout session right at Jahangir Hall, Bertelsmann Stiff Tongue Roundtable, How Can India Make G20 More Effective? But from here, let me call upon my colleague Saurabh.
शाम की आमद हो चुकी है और समय हो चुका है कि आप सब लोग अपना अपना ध्यान एक बार फिर से अपने सबसे ज़रूरी खिलौने अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन से हटाकर स्टेज की तरफ लगाएं। आप इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के इस 20वें एडिशन में आर्मी चीफ को सुन चुके हैं, देश के चीफ जस्टिस को सुनेंगे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स को सुनेंगे, अलग अलग इंसानों को सुनेंगे। लेकिन अगर एक रोज़ भगवान ये इरादा करें कि उन्हें आपसे बात करनी है, तो उनकी आवाज़ क्या होगी, उनके बोल क्या होंगे? मैं मंच पर आवाज़ दे रहा हूँ हिंदुस्तान की कमाल की रैपर सृष्टि तावड़े को।
बोल रहा है? हेलो 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 यार, ये मुंबई का नेटवर्क।
Do not hang up.
तेरे राज खोल रहा हूँ, तेरा अच्छा बुरा पाप पुण्य सब खोल रहा हूँ, तेरी चिकनी चुपड़ी बातों में ये सच खोल रहा हूँ। भगवान बोल रहा हूँ, भगवान बोल रहा हूँ, तेरा अच्छा बुरा पाप पुण्य सब खोल रहा हूँ, दुनिया के आगे तेरे सारे राज खोल रहा हूँ। Stop. Oh, thank you.
So chill kind of guy. आप सारे रैपर्स की बड़ी कमाल की स्टोरी होती है। आपकी स्टोरी के बारे में जब हम जान रहे थे तो हमारा ध्यान स्कूल की स्लैम बुक पर अटक गया। सबकी ख्वाहिश होती है इतनी कमाल की चीज़ें भरें कि बड़े हों तो पलट के वो बुक देखें अपनी अपने दोस्तों की तो मुस्कुराएं, पर आपकी स्टोरी ऐसी नहीं है। व्हाट्स योर स्टोरी?
So I've had no friends throughout childhood and जो दोस्त मुझे लगता था कि मेरे दोस्त है बचपन में, उनमें से कोई एक स्लैम बुक भर रहे थे। जब मैं स्कूल में थी हम सब स्लैम बुक भरते थे। तो किसी ने अपने स्लैम बुक में ये लिखा था अपने पेज पे कि ऐसे क्वेश्चंस होते हैं कि थिंग्स आई लव, तो ये अपना क्रिकेट, फूड, व्हाटएवर, एंड देन थिंग्स आई हेट। उसमें एक ही बात लिखी थी, व्हेन सृष्टि टॉक्स, विच वॉज ऑब्वियसली वेरी मीन एंड वेरी डिसहार्टनिंग। और वो रह गया मेरे साथ, मेरे दिमाग में आज तक मुझे क्लियरली याद है वो मोमेंट, वो विजुअल जब मैंने वो बुक पढ़ा था, क्योंकि मुझे पढ़ाया गया था ज़बरदस्ती कि ये ले पढ़ तेरे बारे में क्या लिखा है। तो आई कैन नॉट फॉरगेट इट एंड मेरे दिमाग में छप गई है वो चीज़। एंड इट हैज़ हैड एन इफेक्ट ऑन मी थ्रू आउट लाइक माई चाइल्डहुड एंड टीनेज, कि मैं काफ़ी अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट रही थी। मैं बात मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था मुझे कहीं पे भी बात करनी चाहिए नहीं, किसी को पसंद आ रही हूँ नहीं, इस बात का बहुत टेंशन लेती थी कि कहीं पे भी मैं फिट हो पाऊँगी, किसी को मेरी बात सुननी है नहीं सुननी है। यही सब सोचने में पूरा चाइल्डहुड और टीनेज निकल गया। एंड सडनली आफ्टर 20, लाइक आफ्टर माई टीनेज, आई स्टार्टेड राइटिंग एंड माई पर्सपेक्टिव टूवर्ड्स लाइफ चेंज। सब कुछ मेरा, हर चीज़ को देखने का तरीका बदल गया। अचानक बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया आफ्टर आई स्टार्टेड राइटिंग। एंड आज के डेट पे मैं अगर यहाँ पे पहुँच गई और कोई भी मेरे को सुन रहा है, तो इवन ऑल्सो उस लड़की जिसने भी वो लिखा था उसको डेफिनेटली कोई नहीं सुन रहा है। तो उसका नाम तक नहीं पता है किसी को, और वो पता तभी चलेगा व्हेन सृष्टि टॉक्स। So yeah.
पर ये बचपन में हमारे साथ जो होता है, अच्छा बुरा, ये हमेशा हमारे साथ रह जाता है, क्रिएट्स एन इम्प्रेशन। आपके गानों में ये कैसे रिफ्लेक्ट होता है? आपका एक चाइल्डहुड से रिलेटेड सॉन्ग है बहुत पॉपुलर।
हाँ जी। तो लाइक मोस्ट आर्टिस्ट एंड मोस्ट ह्यूमंस, बहुत सारे मेरे अभी तक की ज़िंदगी के ट्रॉमेटिक इवेंट्स है। उसमें से एक सबसे मेजर इम्पैक्ट जो मुझ पे रखता है वो मेरे बचपन में आई गॉट अब्यूज्ड बाय आवर मेड फॉर 3 years। आई वॉज गेटिंग अब्यूज्ड एवरी डे एंड उस बारे में मैंने वो गाना लिखा था, बचपन नाम का।
If you can give some detail that how your parents were working and everything so that they get the context.
Sorry?
If you can give more details कि कैसे आपके parents working थे and how she used to be.
So basically मेरे माँ बाप दोनों हमेशा से, जब से मैं पैदा हुई तब से दोनों भी वर्किंग पेरेंट्स हैं और हमारे घर में हमेशा स्टे एट होम मेड रही है। तो व्हेन आई वाज 4 years old हमारे घर पे एक न्यू स्टे एट होम मेड आई थी जो कि लाइक शी हैड एन अफेयर विद समबडी रिलेटेड टू अस एंड जस्ट सो मैं किसी को बता ना दूँ, मैं अपने माँ बाप को बता ना दूँ उनके बारे में। तो ताकि मैं अपने माँ बाप को बता ना दूँ उनके बारे में, तो मुझे डराने के लिए उन्होंने मुझे मारना शुरू किया था हमारी मेड ने। और फिर मतलब वो रीज़न 1-2 दिन बाद चला गया और उनको बस मज़ा आने लग गया मारने में। तो उन्होंने 3 साल तक काफ़ी अलग अलग तरीके निकाले। वो नहीं होते, वो बुक्स नहीं होते 101 ways to die, वो था उनके पास कि 101 ways to kill a baby। उन्होंने सब कुछ कर दिया जो मतलब जिससे मैं एकदम ट्रॉमेटाइज से जो ज़िंदगी ख़त्म हो जाए वो हर चीज़ ट्राई कर ली उन्होंने। घर के सारे चीज़ों से मार लिया एंड लाइक now I can really talk about it very easily because I've already talked about it 1,000 times, so I've gotten over it obviously. But it has had a lot of, obviously it has had a lot of impact on my life. Or in one way I would like to give myself credit कि इसमें से जो लेना चाहिए था वो ले लिया और मैं आर्टिस्ट बन गई।
Yes, you must, क्योंकि सारे ट्रॉमा के बाद, सारी सफरिंग के बाद we have to bounce back। पर ये फिर आपके गाने में कैसे गाया? If you can hum those lines।
अच्छा गाना सुना तो वो
जी
ठीक है। शिट, रोगे तो नहीं? आपको पूछ रही हूँ। परिवार में थे हम 4, मैं, आई, बाबा, काम वाली दीदी। मुझे दीदी के पास रखा गया तभी से। व्हेन आई एंड बाबा थॉट आई बी सेफ एंड दीदी के हिस्से का शील भी पेट बदले में मुझको संभालेगी एवरी डे। एनीवे इट वाज सैडर देन जेल एनी डे। फनी है, डोंट इवन स्माइल, ये मेरे बचपन की स्टोरी है, नॉट सच अ फेरी टेल। जब ऑफिस जाते आई बाबा तो घर पे एक मेहमान छुपके से आता। वो मुझको तो बाहर बट दीदी को अंदर के कमरे में जाके सुलाता। बोले थे आई बाबा, न शक किया, बोले वाए बौदा। और मैं बस 4 की थी, ये चीज़ें मेरे पल्ले पार की थी। हमारे ही घर में हमारे ही बिस्तर पे दीदी के मिस्टर की यादें। वो मेरे आई बाबा जैसे साथ साथ होंगे रिचर ये वादे। उन दोनों के रास्ते में मैं ही थी जब वो पास में थे। वो बोला शटर माउथ तब शाउट लाउडर हिटर दिखा दे। फिर मुझको डराने पूरी आफ्टरनून मारा, मुझे सर फोड़ा रंगे खून से हाथ और आंखों से बोली बस एक ही बात, मम्मी को बताना नहीं। मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था, बचपन कहाँ गया? मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था, कोई खा गया। मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था, बचपन कहाँ गया? मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था, कोई खा गया।
बचपन से बड़े हुए SNDT कॉलेज पहुँचे, मास्टर्स किया लिटरेचर में और इसी सिलसिले में एक रोज़ डेटिंग ऐप पर भी पहुँचे। डेटिंग ऐप पर आपको अच्छे और बुरे लोग मिलते हैं, आई होप, लेकिन आपको करियर काउंसलर मिल गए। क्या सलाह दी उन्होंने?
तो मुझे ये आदत थी क्योंकि जब से मैंने राइटिंग स्टार्ट की थी तब से मैंने अपने सारे दोस्तों को, मेरे परिवार वालों को, सबको ऑलरेडी परेशान कर दिया था हर चीज़ सुना के कि आज मैंने ये लिखा, आज मैंने वो लिखा है। और लोग एक पॉइंट पे आके इरिटेट हो गए थे क्योंकि मैं बहुत ज़्यादा लिखती थी, बिल्कुल ही कोई काम धंधा नहीं था मेरे पास लिखने के अलावा। तो सारा दिन लिखती थी और सारा दिन वही सुनाती रहती थी। तो मेरे ज़िंदगी के जान पहचान के लोग तो एग्जॉस्ट हो चुके थे। तो इसीलिए मैंने डेटिंग ऐप को चुना कि वहाँ पे बहुत नए लोग हैं और उनके पास बहुत टाइम है क्योंकि वो डेटिंग ऐप पे है। तो वो सुन ही सकते हैं। तो उनको सुनाना शुरू किया डेटिंग ऐप्स पे, एंड उनमें से ही कोई हसल का फर्स्ट सीज़न शायद उन्होंने देखा था, तो उन्होंने सजेस्ट किया कि जिस तरह का रैप तुम लिखती हो वो टीवी पे आने लायक है, तो आ जाओ। तो मैं आ गई।
ये इतना सिंपल नहीं था। 60 डेज की विंडो थी ऑडिशन के लिए फॉर्म भरने की, और ये रोज़ फॉर्म भरती थी जब तक कॉल नहीं आ गया।
तो जब से मुझे पता चला कि ऑडिशन स्टार्ट हो गए, उस दिन से लेके जब तक ऑडिशन ख़त्म नहीं हो गए और मुझे कॉल नहीं आ गया, कंफर्म नहीं हो गया सब, हर दिन मैं 4-5 बार वो फॉर्म भरती थी, ताकि अगर एक आध बार में मिस हो रहा है, रोज़ उनको कम से कम मेरा नाम 4-5 बार दिखे तो मैं हो ही जाऊँ सिलेक्ट। तो मैं रोज़ भरती थी फॉर्म 4-5 बार।
ये आप जिस प्रोफेशन में हैं, जिसे रैपर कहते हैं, उसमें एक टर्म बहुत यूज़ होता है, डिस करना। थोड़ा इसको एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, क्योंकि आपका डिस से रिलेटेड गाना बहुत वायरल हुआ है।
हाँ, तो उसकी भी आयरनी भी आपको बताऊंगी। डिस कल्चर एक पार्ट है रैप कल्चर का, कि जिसमें यू बेसिकली, मतलब मैं बहुत अग्री नहीं करती उससे, इसलिए मैं उसको ढंग से डिफाइन नहीं कर पा रही, क्योंकि मेरे दिमाग में वो जस्टिफाइड ही नहीं है।
बेइज्जती करते हैं सामने
हाँ,
वाले की?
बेइज्जती करते हैं, तो वो कल्चर मेरे इसमें जस्टिफाइड नहीं है, मेरे माइंडसेट को मैच नहीं करता, तो मैं उसको जस्टिफाइबल वर्ड्स में नहीं बोल पाती हूँ। हाँ, लेकिन बेइज्जती करते हैं जिसमें और मेरा गाना जो वायरल गया था, वो उसका कॉन्सेप्ट ये था। ऑल्सो एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात मैंने अभी एक हफ्ते पहले नोटिस की उस गाने के बारे में ही, मैं नहीं तो कौन के बारे में, कि कोई एक है, आई थिंक वो साइकोलॉजिस्ट है या कोई है, वो डॉक्टर है, देयर इज सम मैन, वो डेफिनेटली ही नोज़ व्हाट ही इज़ टॉकिंग अबाउट। और उन्होंने अपने एक वीडियो में कहा कि अगर कोई बोले मैं नहीं तो कौन, और अगर वो बार बार मैं नहीं तो कौन बोल रहा है, तो आपको समझ जाना चाहिए कि उसको नार्सिसिस्टिक पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर है, which is not the point of the song at all. बट ठीक है, उन्होंने अपने मतलब मेरे पूरे गाने में से एक लाइन को लेके ये जज किया है कि, या फिर ये उसमें से समझा है या लोगों को समझाना चाहा है। बट इफ़ यू लिसन टू द एंटायर सॉन्ग तो आपको समझ आएगा कि उसमें का सटायर क्या है। उसमें जो मैं कैरेक्टर प्ले कर रही हूँ, वो मैं कैरेक्टर प्ले कर रही हूँ, मैं एक्चुअली मैं ज़िंदगी में हर जगह मैं नहीं तो कौन नहीं करती हूँ। इवन दो हो भी सकता है वैसे, लाइक व्हाई नॉट, बट हाँ, तो दैट सॉन्ग, उस पूरे गाने में बेसिकली मैंने हमारे शो पे जितने भी लोग थे उनमें से काफ़ी लोगों को शाउट आउट दिया है, मतलब काफ़ी लोगों की तारीफ़ की है 2-4 लाइंस में जैसे मुझसे हो पाई। और आई ट्राइड टू शो कि ये डिस कल्चर, हाँ, रैप सीन के लिए ज़रूरी नहीं है। आप किसी के बारे में बेइज्जती करने के बदले किसी के बारे में अच्छा बोल के भी यू कैन मेक गुड आर्ट आउट ऑफ इट एंड यू कैन एंटरटेन पीपल। वो पॉसिबल है, और वो हो गया पॉसिबल, देखा।
That song, so that they get the reference, people who are not familiar.
उतना ही वो यार, लेकिन उसमें वो पूरा गाना छोड़ के मैं आपको बादशाह भैया वाला पार्ट सुना रही, ठीक है, क्योंकि लोग उन्हीं को जानते हैं, बस उनके थ्रू मुझे भी जानेंगे। I'm kinda getting a vibe that everybody wanna hear about बादशाह भाई, वो बादशाह भाई को कभी डिस नहीं करते, तो मेरे पास अभी कोई रास्ता नहीं, इन्हीं के बारे में, इन्हीं के गानों पे ज़माना चला दो, सैटरडे रोज़ाना चला दो, उन्हें भी मज़ा आता मेरे वाले गानों में, तो डीजे वाले बाबू मेरा गाना चला दो। ये मैं क्या कर रही हूँ इंडिया टुडे पे?
आप कमाल कर रही हैं, आई कैन अश्योर यू।
थैंक यू।
इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव का ये 20वां साल है और हमारा थीम है द इंडिया मोमेंट। रैप इंडिया के लिए काफ़ी नई चीज़ है। आप इसमें किस तरह का फ्यूचर देखती हैं, अपना, अपने साथी आर्टिस्ट का? हाउ पीपल आर डिस्कवरिंग दिस आर्ट फॉर्म?
मैं भी इंडिया और रैप के लिए बहुत नई हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अब तक मैं डेफिनेटली काफ़ी ऐसा बिगिनर लेवल पे हूँ रैप के, बिकॉज मैं रैप सीन के बारे में और रैप के टर्मिनोलॉजीज़ के बारे में ज़्यादा कुछ जानती नहीं हूँ। मतलब मुझे रैप का ग्रामर या फिर आर्ट का ग्रामर नहीं आता, लेकिन मेरे पास बातें हैं बोलने के लिए, और वो रैप के ज़रिए हो या चाहे गानों के ज़रिए हो या चाहे स्टोरीज़ के ज़रिए हो, हर तरीके से बोलना पसंद है मुझे। तो इट्स जस्ट लाइक अ प्लेजेंट ब्यूटिफुल एक्सीडेंट कि एज अ रैपर मैं पॉपुलर हो गई वाइल आई वाज राइटिंग अदर थिंग्स एज वेल, क्योंकि मैं और भी चीज़ें लिखती आई हूँ. बट रैप के शो पे जाने के बाद मतलब मुझे काफ़ी चीज़ें समझ आई कि इसमें कितना स्कोप है, कि जितना मेन स्ट्रीम बॉलीवुड म्यूज़िक या फिर जो हम पॉपुलरली सुनते हैं जो म्यूज़िक, उसमें जितना स्कोप है उतना ही स्कोप रैप में है, बस वो अब तक एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया गया है. और आई थिंक अब तो लोग मतलब करना शुरू कर चुके हैं. मैं अपनी तरफ से करने वाली हूँ कि मैं मेरी तरफ से ये कोशिश है कि इस साल और अगले साल जैसे हम मेन स्ट्रीम म्यूज़िक सुनते हैं स्पेशली, और मेरा फेवरेट वो है कि 80s और 70s के गाने जो है ना, जो आज तक लोग सुनते आ रहे हैं, मैं उस तरीके का रैप लिखूँ, बनाऊँ कि लोग 50-60 साल बाद वो सुनना चाहे. क्योंकि अभी तक कोई रैप के बारे में ऐसी बातें कर नहीं रहा है. मैं चाहती वो करने लग जाए तो वो मैं बना लूँगी वैसे गाने की वो बातें हो जाए.
बिल्कुल. हिंदुस्तान में जो कल होगा उसकी इमारत आज इस स्टेज पे रची जा रही है. सो बिफोर वी एंड दिस सेशन, एक आपका बहुत कमाल का गाना है, मेकिंग फूल आउट ऑफ यू. कैन यू प्लीज सिंग दैट फॉर अस?
डेफिनेटली. कैन वी लाइक हैव द म्यूजिक फॉर इट?
India to come up on stage and present our small token of appreciation to this extremely talented young individual.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shrushti Taude. Thank you, Shrishti. Thank you, sir. All right, so what we're going to do now is take a quick tea break, but we reconvene at the Shah Jahan Hall, not here, ladies and gentlemen. 5:30, we reconvene for our post-tea session at the Shah Jahan Hall. It's about a quick 15-minute tea break, and we reconvene at the Shah Jahan Hall. Do not come here. We need to get this hall sanitized for the Home Minister's session. So we'll see you at the Shah Jahan Hall at 5:30 p.m.
Good evening. We were hoping to interview Mayor Vitaly Klitschko. As you all know, he's the mayor of Kyiv, he's former world heavyweight boxing champion. And last year when we got to Kyiv, the war started on the 24th of February. A week before that, the India Today team, as you all well know, Aaj Tak, we take great pride in saying, "Hum sabse tez hai." We were the first channel to get to Ukraine and report from Kyiv. But we were hoping to interview Mayor Vitaly Klitschko. Started. There were troops who were going to the front lines. As you're all aware, Kyiv champions and the largest last year in Eastern Europe with a population. The war started on the 24th of February. Million people. A week before that, the India Today team, city, as you all well Russia, know, Aaj Tak, we take great pride in saying, very close to Ukraine culturally. Once a part of the Soviet Union and report from Kyiv, but we're hoping to when the Mayor Vitaly actually started. There were troops who were going to the front lines. As you're all aware, Kyiv champions and the largest last year when in Eastern Europe with the 24th, we were still waiting, wondering what will happen. Will negotiations work? Anyway, they say until the first bullet is fired, people hope that diplomacy will succeed, people will negotiate, and an effort will be made to ensure that the war doesn't actually happen. But it did. Missiles were fired and Kyiv was targeted. There was a multi-pronged offensive where the Russian forces, they came in from the north, from Belarus. They came in from multiple sides and they tried to take Kyiv. There was this big siege. Vitaly Klitschko was the mayor even then. Come, Preeti. And
you know what I'm going to do is we're going to just play out a quick AV for those of you, I'm sure there are very few who haven't seen Gaurav's own reportage during the Ukraine crisis. So we're going to just play it out and then Gaurav will take it over. Let's try and keep it interactive. We have 10 good minutes. Throw us your questions. I'm sure Gaurav will be more than happy to take some of them. And then we go back into the Darbar Hall. But let's look at, you know, we call him General Sawant in our studios. But let's look at Gaurav Sawant's reportage from Kyiv.
Hear the song. India's most watched war reporter. You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We're being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Here's reports on every Indian fight. Reports from amidst shelling and strikes. The only reporter in the true war zone. Gaurav Sawant is back on assignment. Across Poland and Ukraine, he's on duty. As the world marks a month of this war, Gaurav Sawant keeps you posted. These are anti-tank mines. The Ukraine reporter every Indian is watching. India Today, no compromise.
All right, so this was Gaurav's reportage. It's been a full year since the Ukraine war, Gaurav. You know, we're very sorry that our guest, the mayor of Kyiv, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, wasn't here. But what have been your endearing images of the war?
The way the people fought. You know, I've covered the Kargil war and there are several generals here. General Joshi is here. He was in the Kargil war. There are several other generals who are here. I've seen our soldiers fight right on the front lines. The way they took Tiger Hill, the way they took Tololing. I've actually similarly seen Ukrainian soldiers fight. The difference between Ukraine and what we saw here was citizen soldiers in Ukraine, Preeti, a very large number of civilians. They may be software engineers, they may be school teachers, drivers, nurses, doctors. They were all at the front line with their weapons, with very basic training. In some instances, just 10 days of weapons training, and they were right there at the front lines, and the front lines kept changing. Very, very fluid front lines. Again, when we were in a place like Mariupol, which was very extensively shelled, those areas, Preeti, you had more civilians defending it than frontline soldiers who were actually trying to defend their borders and not the second line of defense.
You know, it's as close possibly that we've seen war, in a foreign country, Gaurav, through some of our reporters who were there. I'm sure we'll be joined by my colleague Geeta as well soon. But for those of you who have any questions for Gaurav that you want to ask, he spent a sizable time in Ukraine. You know, we can make this session, only this session, a little interactive. We have 10 minutes. But shoot on. Does anybody have any questions for Gaurav? There. Ma'am, go ahead.
Go on, ma'am. We'll try and get a mic to you immediately. Just give us a moment. We'll try and get a mic to you. Ma'am, we're just getting a mic to you.
Everyone has their own agenda, as we common people are made to understand that it's these countries that are just trying to sell their weapons and they want the war to carry on. What's your take on it?
Ma'am, right now, again, what perspective are we looking at? The Ukrainian perspective is that they're fighting for their security, they're fighting for their motherland. And I've seen that on ground. They are fighting to ensure that the Russians don't take over Kiev. But is this a fight that the Americans are selling a lot of their military hardware? The industrial complex is making a lot of money, and there is no denying the fact, even as we speak right now. Why is it that the Ukrainians are very busy? There is a massive offensive that's about to start. It's called the Spring Offensive. This is where Ukraine also intends to take the battle into the Russian-held territory. So what they're trying to get is, while the Americans are giving them the Patriot missiles, they're trying to get the Bradley fighting vehicle, the Stryker fighting vehicles. These are the armored personal carriers to take your troops forward. They're trying to get the Leopard tanks, the Challenger tanks, the M1 Abrams. So you're right, it's all about weapons. It's also a lot about ammunition. There are so many generals sitting here. They'll tell you can fight a war, you need weapons and you need numbers. Numbers to last the war a period. Who would have thought that this war would last 1 year and longer? It's actually becoming an endless war. The tragedy for Ukraine right now is the West is giving them weapons to stay in the fight. They're not giving them weapons to win the fight. So they'll stay in the fight, perhaps endlessly, or till the time the Russian industrial complex, military industrial complex, is unable to service the Russians, ma'am. So this is actually becoming an endless war. The preparation right now, and I've been speaking to a number of officers in the Ukrainian army and other analysts in Ukraine, they say they are trying to get numbers right now, get enough to last them through the summers, push the Russians back as much as they can, whether it's on the multipolar axis. So there are two axes on which they can go. One is go south, one is go east, and regain some of their lost territory. That's their strategy. Will it work? We really don't know, because the casualties are massive. More than 2 lakh soldiers on either side have been killed and injured. So the casualties, can you imagine 2 lakh people dying in under 1 year in war? It's one of the worst wars that's being fought right now in Europe.
2 questions. One is, the footage that you showed, is it all your footage that was live, shot by you and your team?
Most of it. Most of it. But then there were also agency cameras, locals who were shooting it while it was happening, and then, on their mobile phones. Now, a lot of information comes through images that have been taken on mobile phone then and there and circulated.
Right. My second question was really that, do you see it being ratcheted up? You're seeing slowly the more and more sophisticated weapons coming, the Leopard tanks, the M1 Abrams, stuff like that coming in. So the next level could be aircraft, and do you not see that as an escalation?
The Ukrainians are desperate for the fighter jets. In fact, you have a large number of Ukrainian fighter pilots currently undergoing training in the UK, in parts of Europe, and some even in the United States of America. But what fighter jets? They've all been trained on the MiG-29s, all on the Soviet origin Russian aircraft. Will they fly the F-16s? Clearly not right now. President Zelensky is very keen he gets the F-16s. His point is, if you give me the F-16s, I'll take this fight into the Russian camp. But the Americans are not giving him the F-16s. When you talk to any Ukrainian officer, any Ukrainian political leader, member of parliament, they say, give us longer range weapons, we'll take this fight and we'll regain the territory lost in Donbass region. We'll retake even Crimea. They want to retake Crimea. Can that actually happen? So the Americans are from behind the scenes directing this war in a certain way. the Ukrainians are fighting it in a certain way. What's very interesting is even when we were on ground, on now, you have two sets of officers or soldiers fighting this battle. Those who've been trained in the Soviet era, those who fight the battle like the Russians, and those who've been trained by the NATO forces post-2014, much smaller units, more agile, able to hit behind enemy lines, and there's often a clash between these two on how to take this battle forward.
Thank you.
How much influence do you think the Chinese aid to Russia would have on this war?
Sir, that actually will be a game changer either side should that happen. There are reports that the Chinese President Xi Jinping will be meeting the Russian President, President Putin, and then also interact with President Zelensky. Now, will that bring peace, or will that bring weapons and systems to Russia to prolong this conflict? And then you have the world very clearly divided between Russia, China on one side, and the Americans and NATO forces on the other side. Now, should that happen, this war will go on for a very, very long time, sir. Because if India were to perhaps play a role, India, when you speak to Ukrainians, they say that we would trust the Indians. As far as the Chinese are concerned, they are much closer to the Russians. Everyone knows that no limits partnership that they've spoken of, sir.
Well, thank you, Gaurav. And we are sorry, but I'm glad, Gaurav could throw some light on the ongoing Ukraine war. But sorry that our guest couldn't make it, but there was an ongoing war and he had to actually go and meet the president, so it was a last-minute thing. May I request you all to please kindly make your way back to the Darbar Hall. The sanitization for the Home Minister's visit is over. Our next session, in the next 10 minutes, we commence from the Darbar Hall. The Darbar Hall, ladies and gentlemen, is the same hall where we've been conducting our sessions through the course of the day. So please make your way back to the Darbar Hall. Ideas of justice, why are we so divided, and how to fix it. To introduce you to our panelists, I'd like to call upon the session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Group, on stage.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Today Conclave, where I'm privileged to be joined today by a very special guest. We live in a world of growing polarities, of divisions, where politics in particular is seen to be more conflict-ridden than ever before. Society, in many ways, is divided, and democracies are in a seeming crisis. But why are we so divided, and what will it take to fix it? To answer that crucial question, I'm joined today by a very special guest. Professor Michael Sandel is described as a rock star political philosopher at Harvard University. His videos attract millions of views on YouTube. His 2020 book, The Tyranny of Merit, calls for a re-examination of notions of merit, of privilege and individual liberties, and in the process sheds a lot of light on possibly the most far-reaching political phenomenon of the last decade, the rise of populism and the decline of liberal democracy. That's as true of the United States in many ways as it is certainly true of this country at the moment. Professor Sandel, welcome to the India Today Conclave. Wonderful to have you.
Rajdeep, thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
Okay, let's start with the question that troubles many people, the seeming crisis of liberal democracy. This is not just Rahul Gandhi saying it at the moment. Lots of academics in academic environments say it in a more complex manner, that democracies in several parts of the world, liberal democracies on the retreat, and are seeking explanations for it. You seem to put it in, certainly in The Tyranny of Merit, partly to the failure of meritocratic elites and their inability to put what you call the common good above their exaggerated sense of self. You want to explain that right at the outset to an Indian audience, where it is the so-called Lutyens elite, what the Modi government calls the Lutyens elite, the children of old elites and privilege that are under attack in this country, much as America's East Coast elites are they responsible in a way, their failures, for the failure of liberal democracy and the rise of populist autocrats?
My answer, Rajdeep, may require some explaining because it may not be popular here. My answer is yes. Liberal elites and mainstream political parties who governed for 40, 50 years missed the rising anger and resentment of a great many people who felt excluded, who felt they had no voice, and who felt looked down upon by liberal, meritocratic, technocratic elites, well-educated elites. Let me begin by one seemingly strange quote from Donald Trump when he was campaigning in the primaries in 2016. He won a primary election in one state-in, he said at his victory speech, "I love the poorly educated." Now, to the ears of liberal elites, that seemed very strange, a strange thing to say. But he, like many authoritarian populist figures, understood the politics of grievance and resentment, and was therefore able to ride and to cultivate and tap into a sense of backlash against the reigning political parties and liberal elites, and we are seeing this in countries around the world.
So you're saying that the failure of the progressive elites, and you're saying they failed,
yes,
has led to anger and resentment among those who felt left out.
Yes.
And what we are seeing today is the revenge, in a way,
yes,
of the working class in the United States, of groups within this country who felt they were not being given their due or were being looked down upon or looked with condescension, yes, by the liberal elites. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and there are two dimensions to this backlash. One of them is a sense of being looked down upon by well-educated, well-credentialed, hubristic elites who believed that their success was their own doing, the result of their education, and by implication, that those who struggle must deserve their fate too. That's the harsh way that meritocratic attitudes towards success work. But if I could add, there's one other dimension to this, which is they also neglected, these elites did, the need for identity and belonging and community and a politics of the common good. And so that left the way open, kind of moral emptiness, a void to be filled by hyper-nationalists.
Explain this concept of common good, because it recurs in several of your books. You seem to suggest that the politicians of a particular type failed the common good. And in the Indian context, it would be the grand old Congress party, which for years ruled the country in the name of the people, but failed the common good. And they've been now today, in a way, pigeonholed as the Latvian elite. And you have the rise of a new type of politics as a result. What is this common good that you believe needed to be satisfied for liberal democracy to endure?
It's an important question because the autocratic populists who tap into the politics of anger and resentment do assert a kind of unitary authoritarian notion, homogenizing notion of the common good. So it's tempting to say the common good is the problem. We need a politics of fair procedures, a kind of more technocratic politics that doesn't traffic in contested notions of the common good. That's dangerous. I think that response is a mistake. I think the better response is to articulate an alternative, more pluralistic conception of the common good. Because, well, let me take one step back if I could. For years, I've been critical of a kind of purely liberal, secular, technocratic approach to politics, because I worried that it failed to speak to people's legitimate hunger for community, belonging, identity, patriotism, pride. These are all aspirations connected to a politics of the common good. Now, when mainstream or progressive or liberal political parties fail to articulate a sense of belonging and pride and patriotism and community that orient people in the world, then there is a dangerous vacuum that's created. Dangerous because invariably it's filled, and we see this today around the world, that longing for meaning and community and for the common good will be filled by narrow, intolerant, fundamentalist or hyper-nationalist politics. And that's what we've seen in democracies around the world.
But in a sense, therefore, are you saying that the only answer to the failure of liberal democratic politics is the rise of hyper-nationalists to fill this vacuum? I mean, the danger is the common good that you speak about.
Yeah.
Even the hyper-nationalists today say that we speak for the common good.
Yes.
You know, that we are here to, in a way, ensure that every Indian will be treated equally. We will give you the same benefits that the elite privilege had. They also speak the language of the common good.
They do.
But they speak it through the language at times also of hate and bigotry.
Yes.
I'm going to strengthen community identity, Hindu identity in some other parts of the world, and Islamic identity. So identity politics, Professor, is dangerous.
It is.
While you're pointing out the weaknesses in the liberal project,
yes,
are you in a way offering an alibi almost for the rise of hyper-nationalism?
Not an alibi, Rajdeep, but a diagnosis. And there's an important difference between an alibi and a diagnosis. Identity politics is dangerous, and we've seen the dangers, and the dangers could deepen and worsen. But the answer to the dark forces that can be unleashed by identity politics, the hyper-nationalism and the ethnocentrism and the identification of community in negative terms, the solution to that is not to abandon the field of identity politics. It's not to abandon patriotism or community or belonging, because politics has to articulate a conception of what's shared, of common purposes and ends, of what holds us together as a society, of what sources of pride we can take in our tradition. And the real question is whether identity politics will be pluralistic and open to contestation and debate. That's the healthy kind of identity politics. Or whether it will be given over entirely to the narrow, enclosed, negative, harsh authoritarian definition that will result if pluralist progressive forces don't identify for themselves an affirmative conception of what it is that holds societies together, of what we can take pride in, of what the common good actually means.
So you're calling for a kind of citizen civic nationalism in a way.
Yes, yes.
You know, wherein those in power or those who wish to be part of power also have to, in a way, to use a term in your book, contributive justice. You've got to contribute to society, you've got to give back, you've got to respect people at the bottom of the pyramid and reach out to them, not just resort to slogans.
Exactly, yes. And one of the, I think one of the most important human needs, one of the most fundamental human needs, is the need to be needed by one's fellow citizens, to feel that one's contributions, whether they be contributions made by people with fancy degrees or by people who are making important contributions to our everyday lives without fancy educations. People want to feel that their contributions are recognized and respected and made the basis of dignity. And when that doesn't happen, the divide between winners and losers deepens, and it comes to poison our politics and set us apart. And this is what I refer to as the tyranny of merit, which would otherwise seem a paradoxical idea. The tyranny of merit deepens the divide between winners and losers.
In a sense, when you use that word tyranny of merit, what you're saying is that there are people who believe they've arrived. Yeah. Whether they're the Lutyens elite or the East Coast elite who've gone to a Harvard or went to St. Stephen's College and believed that they had arrived in the world. They haven't actually arrived because of necessarily their merit, but they've arrived perhaps because of networks and privileges, and they perhaps forgot that somewhere along the way, and thereby got disconnected with the people whom they claim to represent.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yeah, yes. In recent decades especially, we've seen this, Rajdeep, as globalization has dispensed its rewards very unequally. We know that there's been a growing gap between rich and poor, but that's not the only problem. The deeper problem has to do with the changing attitudes towards success that have accompanied the widening inequalities. Those who've landed on top have come to believe that their success is their own doing, the measure of their merit, and that they therefore deserve the rewards and the influence and the power and the prestige associated with their own efforts. Here's another way of putting it. The tyranny of merit describes the tendency of the successful to inhale too deeply of their own success, to forget the luck and good fortune that helped them on their way, and that leads to looking down on those who struggle. And those looked down upon notice. They notice, and they feel a loss of dignity. And that opens them to a backlash against elites, and that's what fueled the rise of Donald Trump. And you will tell me whether there is a certain parallel in India.
I won't tell you about the parallels in India, because that is for you to explore over time. But let's for a moment, look at it in the US context, because there are enough examples in this country as well. For example, during the 2016 presidential campaign in the US, when Hillary Clinton used that famous term, basket of deplorables, to describe racist, homophobic, sexist backers of Trump, that remark may have cost her votes, because Mr. Trump was then able to build on the angers and resentments of those who felt that Hillary Clinton was talking down to them. But at the end of the day, aren't the values that the liberals represent important enough? Are we saying that we should not sort of call out those who are xenophobic, those who are racist, those who in some way go against constitutional values? Should we not call out someone who's an outright bigot for being one?
We should call out racists and xenophobes and bigots and misogynists. Yes, we should, but in calling them out, we should not comfort ourselves with the thought that the only reason that these voters don't support us is in virtue of their, for some, not all of them, racism and bigotry and xenophobia, because that lets us, and here I'll use the term us broadly, it lets us off the hook too easily. It prevents us from engaging in a kind of critical self-examination about other aspects of our politics, mainly to do with the economy and with attitudes towards success, with our technocratic assumptions, our meritocratic hubris, not really connecting with the legitimate aspirations, and not really addressing the legitimate grievances that are entangled with these dark aspects of populist politics. So this is very difficult. It's not easy to disentangle the dark xenophobic aspects that draw people to authoritarian hyper-nationalist figures from the legitimate grievances about the loss of dignity that also animate the backlash. Do you see what I'm suggesting?
Yeah, and in a way, it almost reflects also the arrogance,
yes,
or the hubris of the liberals, who seem to believe anyone with a different viewpoint is someone who necessarily should be condemned. The problems that people have today with a woke culture or a cancel culture, is that it is also premised on a certain arrogance of the old liberal elite.
Yes, I was just going to add, Rajdeep, that shortly after her election loss to Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton came to India and said, she had made her comment about the basket of deplorables earlier during the campaign. She said, I won the counties and cities that represent 2/3 of American GDP. I won the affluent, the prosperous, the diverse, the forward-looking. Well, she did, but she lost the election. But that was the hubris. The Democratic Party traditionally was the party of working people, going back to the New Deal, of workers, of farmers, and representing the powerless against the privileged, reining in corporate power and the power of privileged elites. By 2016, we had a Democratic Party candidate boasting about the fact that she had won the winners of globalization, and that Trump, though he prevailed, had won among the losers.
More contentiously, and we can go back to your first visit to India 30 years ago, which was just when liberalization was, when India was opening up, and today we are talking about the India moment, where seemingly there is a parallel between the rise of free market fundamentalist economics and the rise of, in a way, a new form of political populism, that almost as a reaction to this free market technocratic solutions that were being offered in this country as well through the 90s, you eventually had the rise of new forces who spoke about being culturally alienated, economically losing out. Is there a connection that you see that through the 90s and 2000s, leading up eventually to the 2008 Lehman Brothers Wall Street collapse, post that, the world is looking for an anchor, and strongmen populist leaders provide that in a manner that perhaps liberal Democrats could not because they failed the free market project?
I think that whole experience of the last 40 years did leave people looking for anchors, for a sense of community, for a sense of belonging and pride in a shared common life. And that aspiration was hijacked by authoritarian, hyper-nationalist, populist figures, in large part because for that previous 4 decades, those who presided over the market-driven version of globalization missed something important. In arguing for the unfettered flow of capital across national borders, free trade agreements that would enforce intellectual property rights, that would allow the free movement of goods and capital and people across borders, there was a kind of heady confidence in that moment, going back to the 1990s, that if only we allow markets free rein globally, and this was an American-led version of the globalization project, but it was embraced by many, especially elites throughout the world, then borders will matter less. National identities will matter less. New communications technologies will enable us to communicate with people halfway across the world as easily as our neighbor next door. Borders will matter less, and so we will be able to rise above these seemingly atavistic tendencies toward traditions, community, patriotism, national belonging. So the moment of market-driven globalization was more than an economic moment. It came with a certain political outlook that missed the importance of national identities, community, belonging. And it came along with a kind of hubris that said all of that you long for is backward. And eventually we'll rise above it. And so it's no wonder that right-wing authoritarian hyper-nationalist parties can claim to be the patriotic parties. And then liberals and social democrats say, well, we're patriotic too, but it lacks conviction because it was these parties who presided over this project, over 4 decades.
No, Professor, right through your books, you also critique something which over the years, even in our constitution, we thought was our holy grail, individual liberties. That nothing matters more in a democracy than an individual's rights and liberties that he or she has. Now, in an era of muscular nationalism, of demagogic leaders, how do you then achieve this balance between individual liberties and the common good? What happens if the common good is weaponized by that authoritarian leader? He calls for compliance, for submission, for non-questioning. If I question the person, I'm called anti-national. How then, I mean, it's all very well to say individual liberties should not be a holy grail, but do I have a choice between individual liberties on one side and someone else in the name of the common good saying you've got to comply and submit to my authority? That's the real danger, isn't there?
It is, and actually, just a small but important correction, Rajdeep. I do think individual liberties are and should be a holy grail, but not to the exclusion of this other range of concerns that we've been discussing. Identity,
so you can't
belonging.
cut it off. You're saying you can't cut off individual liberties from a social context.
Right.
That you've got to keep them in the context of society,
Yes.
or being part of a wider community.
Yes, every community will define for itself, ideally through open public debate, how exactly to define and enforce individual liberties. But and that will different constitutions of different democratic constitutions define rights somewhat differently. But fundamental liberties such as freedom of speech, public debate, freedom of the press, religious liberty, these are and should be a holy grail. So I don't want to be misunderstood on that. But we will only be able to define and to defend and to protect those liberties if we have a healthy public life, if we have a constitution with an independent judiciary that can go against what the government says. But for all of this, democracy has to be in good health. And what's worried me, and what I've written about, is not that we put too much weight on individual liberties, it's that the lack of attention to community, to belonging, to patriotism has discredited those of us who care about individual liberties and has empowered the hyper-nationalists to weaponize, as you put it, to weaponize the common good, which brings a threat to individual liberties.
Let's turn from there then to the core question, which is we seem to be, in an age of competing intolerances, where we increasingly talk at each other, not talk to each other, even in WhatsApp groups. People leave WhatsApp groups the moment there's an opinion which they don't approve of, they just walk out of a WhatsApp group. So you've got the liberals with their woke and their cancel culture. You've got the right wing with their visions of nationalism. How are we going to fix this? How do you fix two groups that simply are unwilling to talk to each other or listen, a word that you often use in your books, to listen to each other?
It isn't easy, Rajdeep, but I think we have to change the public culture of our societies. We have to change the civic culture. And this is a challenge that goes beyond politics. It bears on politics because the terms of public discourse have become so hollowed out that what passes for political discourse consists of shouting matches. And
have you watched Indian TV at night? But go ahead.
Shouting matches, ideological food fights among politicians. You know about this better than I do. But the solution, and you mentioned listening. Listening is one of the great democratic arts. It's a civic art. It's one of the great missing civic virtues of our time. The ability to listen by which I don't just mean hearing what somebody said and being able to repeat it or attack it. I mean listening for the moral convictions and principles and aspirations lying behind the views of those with whom we disagree. Now, how do we rebuild this capacity? Ultimately, well, the media has to help, and I think we have to reconfigure the media. We have to find alternatives to the version of social media that reinforces our division and our impatience and our distraction and our inability to listen. We need to design new tools and platforms for reasoned public discourse across our differences. And the way social media is set up now, which depends on capturing and holding our attention through sensational, provocative, inflammatory clickbait, that is deeply destructive of the kind of public culture we need. It certainly is destructive of the capacity to listen and to pay attention, because the whole economic model of it is to hold our attention for as long as possible, to gather more personal data about us, the better to sell us stuff through targeted ads. And that is a recipe for an impoverished civic life and an impoverished public discourse. So that's one thing we have to change. And I think those of us in education have a responsibility too, to cultivate the kind of civic education that equips democratic citizens with the art of listening and reasoning and arguing and attending to one another.
Because listening to you, and picking up from what you said about social media, it seems to me that it'll be even more difficult to fix the problem and bridge the divides, simply because with social media, hate and bigotry can be pushed in real time at speeds which simply make it impossible to press the pause button. I mean, in this age of social media, in the age of some AI engineer or an algorithm deciding what you will watch, I mean, the human mind has no chance.
Well, that's quite a phrase. I need to ponder that. Rajdeep, the human mind has no chance. It's beginning to feel that way. I mean, put aside even the hate that is promulgated on social media. The commandeering of attention is itself a form of corruption. The commandeering of attention. Losing our ability to direct our attention to important things and being constantly bombarded in ways that distract us. That's corruption. I'll give you one small example of how the meaning of time and attention changes. Well, you know this being in television, but years ago, as you mentioned in the introduction, Rajdeep, we did an experiment and filmed and put my entire Harvard Justice course online, free, open access. We never imagined that tens of millions of people would watch lectures on philosophy online, but that's what happened. Now, these lectures, I don't know, they're probably a total of roughly 24 hours of lecture, something like that. An hour each. Just recently, I've been working on a new kind of online course that people will take on their phones, on tech ethics, actually.
On tech ethics?
Tech ethics, including all these debates about AI and algorithms and ChatGPT. And I'm told, I mean, the people organizing this say, no, you can't have our lectures. Each section, each lecture can be a maximum of 15 minutes, not an hour, but even that 15 minutes has to be broken up into bite-sized portions of no more than 3 minutes. No more than 3 minutes. Now, I'm trying to adapt to that because it's still better than what people are getting on social media and so on. But attention spans, really, the ability to attend is connected to the ability to listen. and to reason. And so I think we have to reconsider education and the media if we're to seriously address the hollow state of our public discourse and our public culture.
You use this word, hollowed public discourse, on several occasions. Give us an example of what you see as the hollowed public discourse. You spoke about the shouting matches that take place on TV. There's probably Twitter with all the noise that it creates. Is there a way, do you see, what will it take to lift the quality of this hollowed public discourse, apart from the art of listening?
Well, I think we have to reconsider the economic model that enforces this economy of distraction, which is a way of describing the hollowing force. And there have been proposals to either tax or ban targeted online advertising. And I think we should seriously consider this, because now this would not mean that there can be no social media, but there can be no Instagram and Twitter, and TikTok, I suppose, is yet another matter. But it would mean that they would have to sell subscriptions or find some other way of financing it, and that would provide less of an incentive to promote hateful or sensationalistic or inflammatory clickbait in order to draw us in order to hold us. So I think we need to look at structural alternatives to the way social media is funded. Do you find that shocking, or are you sympathetic to that idea? Ban targeted online advertising?
I'm okay as long as it means more people come and watch the news on TV. But Professor, you know, I love the word economy of distraction, because that's exactly what it is.
Right.
I want to turn back to where we started off, where you said the failure of the liberal project had led to these anger and resentment, which eventually leads to the rise of populist politics. However, in the context of justice, you know, while angers and resentments over present conditions of the working class, of the middle class, is also being linked to past animosities. In the US, when Trump came to power, he promised to put up walls that would shut out immigrants. For example, in India, we've had the rise of a majoritarian politics that says that, you know, if a mosque was demolished 500 years ago, or a temple was demolished 500 years ago, we will make sure that the temple is restored. The mosque, which was in its place, gives way to the temple. These notions of justice based on the past, of correcting past animosities, of discrimination against blacks in America or against castes in India based on past instances. Do you believe that anger, those resentments, need to also be looked at in the context of justice?
Well, it's interesting as you've described it beautifully. The question of justice can't really be separated from the politics of memory, because it's tempting to think, and perhaps it will always be tempting to assume, that doing justice is bound up with memory. And sometimes the memories reach back, as you've said, a very long way. And sometimes memories of past wrongs and past injustice can be disabling or hardening of current divisions, especially when they're weaponized. The question is whether, so one solution would be to try to sever the link between justice on the one hand and the memory of past wrongs on the other. But that too would be a mistake, I think, because justice does require that we address past wrongs. In the US today, we are having searching debates about how this generation can address the injustice of slavery and of racial segregation that continue to shadow our collective life in the present. So the solution is not simply to forget the past and to set aside memory of past wrongs. We have to, and this is parallel to the discussion we had about the common good, whether the best protection for individual liberties is to leave aside questions of identity. I think that's a mistake, just as I think it would be a mistake to pursue justice by saying, let's forget about the past. Now, you rightly said that identity politics is dangerous. So is the politics of memory dangerous, as we see today. But the response to that danger is to have an open, contested, respectful, civil discussion about the past and about memory and about the obligations that past wrongs carry for those of us who have some maybe distant responsibility for them, or our community did. And so here, I guess, is a thread that's run through the challenges you've rightly put to me. We can't do without a politics of the common good, even though it can be weaponized. Likewise, we can't do without a politics of memory, even though it can harden into dangerous terms. So what a pluralist democratic politics needs is a way of engaging with the past, not forgetting it, and a way of articulating the common good, not renouncing it. That's the only way that a pluralist democratic society will save itself from the weaponized conception of the common good and of memory that afflicts democracy today.
And therefore, Professor, that was brilliantly put, first of all. I think you've given us plenty of food for thought, but I want to throw up one final question, because you've come to India at a time when our parliament is wrestling over whether democracy in this country is alive or dead, based on what the opposition seems to suggest. Purely from your vantage viewpoint outside India, do you see democracy in India in some kind of a crisis, or do you believe democracy is, can't be, is in a country like India is too deep-rooted to be dismantled in the manner that some fear? Should we be conscious of democracy being under threat, under siege, or do you believe democracy in India is open, vibrant, from your perspective, from an American perspective?
My view as a sympathetic and deeply interested outsider is that democracy in India is deeply rooted and under threat, both at the same time. And I would say, and I say this as someone coming from a democracy where we had an attack on the US Capitol in the aftermath of an election. So I think democracy is in danger, under threat, in our countries, in India and in the US, and in many countries around the world, which is not to say that democracy is without sources of rejuvenation. And I would just add, Rajdeep, that the fate, many people looked to the January 6th invasion of the Capitol and said, if that can happen in the United States, democracy could be in trouble everywhere. And they were right to say that. I would add that the flourishing and the success and the revival of democracy in the most populist democratic country in the world is something in which we all of us have a stake. And so So I wish you well as you all think through these challenges to democracy.
Well, Professor, let me say that we wish you well as well. I think what you've done in the last 40 minutes is given us the ability to listen. I haven't seen an audience so silent in a long time, and fewer people were looking at their mobiles to find out which was the last WhatsApp message they got. So in a strange way, Professor, I think the biggest tribute to you is that in today's day and age, you've held an Indian audience to complete silence. And that's because you've given us plenty of food for thought. Thank you very much, Professor Sandel, because democracy is what binds India and the United States, and hopefully will keep bringing you back to this country. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Sandel from Harvard University. Thank you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the professor while I call upon Mr. Frank Schloder, Managing Director, Hefel, South Asia, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the gentleman. Thank you, Professor. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that was a thought-provoking session. Do raise a warm applause for Professor Sandel. Thank you, Mr. Saldesai. Thank you, sir. With that, we are down to our last 4 big sessions of the evening. One of them is going to be happening on the sidelines. I'm going to let you know later. But let's quickly get on to our next session this evening, Machine Gods, AI and Creation Myths, how to think about the new worlds and being brought into existence, what to celebrate, what to fear. This session has been brought to you by Kirloskar. To take it from here, I want to invite on stage our session's moderator, Shoma Chowdhury, Consulting Editor, India Today.
Good evening. That was a riveting session that just finished, and a perfect segue into the session that we're going to have now, which is about the most disruptive technology that has entered all our lives. We're really at a threshold moment, perhaps something that we are not even really cognizant of at this point. But those who are in the heart of it, and in fact, the founder of the company of whose CEO we are just going to speak with, he said that the technology that's just been unleashed is equivalent to Prometheus's fire. And all of us are familiar with that myth where Prometheus steals fire, which literally is the origin of all knowledge. So it sounds hyperbolic, but it possibly is that. And at the alternate end of that is Elon Musk, who equates it with something as dangerous or possibly more dangerous than nuclear weapons. What we're talking about is the new generative AI technology that hit the world in just 4 months ago, around November, December is when it entered popular consciousness, and it's been moving at the speed of light since then. Just going to throw you a couple of facts before I invite the speaker on stage. The World Economic Forum put out a report which said generative AI in the next, when you say 2030, it sounds far away. Let's remember it's just 6 or 7 years away, is going to displace 40% of human jobs as we know it. They say it's 86 million jobs. McKinsey put out a report which said 375 million jobs are going to either be lost or have to reorient themselves. And on the other side, that this technology is going to release $15 trillion worth of productivity, GDP growth of 26% in the world's GDP, which again, to give you context, is more GDP than China and India's put together. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That's what the technology is doing right now. We have no idea where it's headed next. So to discuss both the power, the pleasure, the fear of the opportunity of what's been released now and what lies ahead, I'd like to call on stage Ren Ito. He is the CEO of Stability AI, one of the companies which is absolutely top of the consciousness across the world. They've created a new generative AI model called Stability Diffusion, which is a text-to-image model. I'm sure all of you have already played with it a little bit, but we're going to be discussing what it means for humanity. There's a phrase, 4 or 5 years ago, we were talking about a post-truth world. We're now very imminently talking of a post-human world. Let's discuss what that means for us. Ren, look forward to having you on stage. Ren, I just gave a few straws of facts and figures around this technology. You're at the heart of it. You know, Imad, Mushtaq, and you have created Stability Diffusion. Help us understand, why is this being deemed such a disruptive technology?
So thanks, Shoma. Maybe like you already most eloquently explained why this technology is getting very disruptive and potentially transforming the society. So I think to directly answer your question, maybe my first answer will be, there are a previous version of the AI and the current version of AI, or maybe the next version of AI. So let me explain. The new one, which we call the generative AI, is critically different from the previous version of the AI, because back in the days when we were talking about AI, it's about studying hundreds of millions of data and then trying to get the answer, is this dog or not? Dog or not? So by studying hundreds of millions of data, your input was 0 or 1. As opposed to that, the generative AI is trying to understand the relationship between concept, idea, tangible object, visual effects, so that this generative AI model understands the connection between that, so that based on that understanding, this generative AI model can literally generate new visual artwork, meaning that it's the same, it's understanding hundreds of millions of data, but the output is billions of.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, Ren, you were saying, I'm going to ask the console to play this film, which you said, to give the audience a sense of what this technology can do, you'd like that film to be played. So if I can just ask the console to play the India Moment film. The reason Ren wanted us to show this is because every single image that you saw there has been generated by the technology that they've released. In 15 seconds, you write some words, and these images come up as though India Today's star photographers have been all around the country, capturing India. So that's, now, Ren, tell us. So this is just the beginning of it. ChatGPT and others are synthesizing thought, synthesizing, medical, lawyers. We'll come to human displacement. First, help the audience understand that you guys in this already very disruptive world have done something even more disruptive, which is that you made all this technology open sourced. You put it out there as a public good and opened it up for everyone to use. So tell us the vision driving this, and what is the controversy? Why is it so controversial?
So what we strongly believe in is this concept of the open source, because there is no secret sauce. The recipe of making this generative AI is very Simple. You need three ingredients. You need the data, you need the know-how to train the data, you need a humongous compute power. But we are adding one more secret sauce into the making of the generative AI model, which is open source, just as mentioned. So by opening everything to all the users and engineers and coders around the world, we are inviting them to use it, adopt it, and improve it. So by relying on tens of thousands of the engineers, even outside our company, our model is getting exponential growth. That's the first meaning of the open source, just like a Linux moment. The second significance, which I believe is very, very pertinent to the current challenges or some public policy debate, is open source means transparency. Because look, the generative AI is getting more and more the everyday thing, and then people are affected by the generative AI or using generative AI for their day-to-day buddy. You want to understand what is in the model, how you're training the model. Open source, we believe, is one of the most crucial answers to this question because we are ensuring the accountability, transparency. So if you are using like a proprietary model, you never know, how you're getting this model into the effect. You know, you ask this model whatever questions, they give you whatever answers, but you may wonder why this model is giving me this answer. Unless you understand what is inside a model and how you train it, the accountability is not fulfilled.
Yeah, so Ren, again, I just want to help the audience understand what's at stake. You know, I think a lot of us would have seen the film Social Dilemma, and just earlier Rajdeep and Michael were discussing how social media has really polarized societies because the algorithms were driving a certain response. It was manipulated for ads, but it was also manipulated to release serotonin and dopamine loops in all of us, so we get more addicted, our attention is grabbed. So what you guys are doing is that you're saying that all of us who are using this technology should know what was the intention of the company, whereas Microsoft and ChatGPT have kept it closed, so the power is in a few hands. But the contra-argument to that is that now when you've made it open, even like really evil people could use it, you know, to create images of violence or pornography or, you know, misuse it as deep fakes. What is your answer to that?
I think my answer is, first of all, accountability helps people to understand what's going on. I mean, not fully understand, because even I don't understand how the neural network works, but at least you have accountability. Based on that, you have to choose which model you want to use. So there is potentially global one-size-fits-all model created by the huge corporation, but there is also potential with the advance of the technology. There is the potential that every culture, every country, every ethnicity can choose and build their own foundation model. I think which is another crucial thing. On top of ensuring the transparency and accountability, the next question is you may want to control the model. So because the model is, for a good reason, is full of biases, cultural biases. I gave you this example jokingly this morning, but I tried the Japanese version of our Stable Diffusion and global English version of our Stable Diffusion, saying Japanese businessman. In the global model, they generate the image like a guy who is wearing suit, flying business class, or at least premium economy class, and such a nice business person. But when you say Japanese business person to the Japanese model, what the model generates is sad, middle-aged, tired, faceless corporate employee who is commuting to the office every morning in a crowded train. So, the outcome is totally different, and then which is clearly affected by the cultural bias. So I think that my next message is on top of the accountability. You have to own the model.
Ren, that's really interesting. So when we were trying to generate these images into Mid-Journey, I put Indian something, and every time I got red Indians, with all headgear. So the idea of India and any images of India, like you said, so then when I put India, it started generating really sad, like everybody was, so there was a very Western gaze on what India is and is not. So it was a big struggle to generate images like that. So there is that cultural bias. But, the other danger of this, before we come to all the opportunities, is that, we're already being so rabbit-holed into silos, you know. Yes, social media has done fantastic stuff, but all the technology, like anything you Google, you're only given what you like. You're on Twitter, it's tracking what you like, it only serves you what you like. So we're just getting imprisoned more and more and more into completely closed solipsistic cells. You know, I don't understand you, you don't understand me, our realities are completely different because there's a technology out there imprisoning us in just our own likes and stuff. So I don't get you because now this technology is going to force us even further. You're saying that on your very powerful technology, India could create its own bias, Japan can create its own little cultural thing, you know, ChatGPT is going to become a search engine. So when I search, it's not even going to give me 5 articles, it'll give me a synthesized article, which some technology has done. It's a very terrifying, polarizing world. What's your answer to that? Are you guys even discussing this?
I think that is an excellent and a most challenging question, but maybe I can break down into like a two-folded question. The first one is, even if you're living in a rabbit hole, which value do you want to live in? So you want to live in somebody else's foundation model, or you want to live in your own Indian foundation model? So, I mean, I'm going to the beyond this question soon, but the first choice is you have to make a decision which model you want to like live with. And then, even after you choose, let's say, even after I choose the Japanese model so that I can live in my comfortable Japanese bias, then you are now presenting me with the most challenging and interesting, pressing question. Ren, why you're living in a Japanese rabbit hole? Which is the most valid question. And then the answer will be, you know, let me give you like a most stupid answer, which is, okay, in order to ensure that I don't live in a rabbit hole, whatever question I ask this model, if the model is returning 5 answers, totally different, culturally different answers, like, can I cross the street even when the traffic light is red? If there is no car and I'm in the rush, can I cross the street? If I ask this question to the Japanese rabbit hole, usually they give you whatever answer, like no or something. But the other option is making sure that this model is giving you 5 answers. But what happens if you are confronted, if you receive 5 answers, people get easily bored. And then the example you gave is excellent, because the Facebook and Google and other current technology, the reason why people are addicted to that is they can easily associate themselves with the technology, and then the answer or the service they're receiving is naturally what they want. So I think I don't have the answer to answer your second question, but it's our job, everybody's job, to come up with the right incentivizing mechanism to make sure that you are not overwhelmed by 5 answers, but you're feeling like, oh, I have some options. And then you're naturally incentivized to appreciate your approach going beyond the rabbit hole.
Yeah, but again, I'd just like to emphasize this point for the audience because, you know, again, until you use this technology, you're not really understanding what we are discussing and what's at stake. Because, you know, when Ren just said, okay, people will get bored if we give you 5 answers. The point is that right now, Microsoft, with whom we're going to have a session now, have just let go of the entire ethics team because they're in such a race with Google and with ChatGPT and all of that they're in a rush to put out the technology because every bit of attention they get from us is releasing $2 billion for them a year. 1% of business they take away from these guys means $2 billion. So they've just sacked the entire ethics team, you know. And you're telling me that you don't want to give us 5 answers because that's going to bore the audience. But the point is you're going to keep pushing us further and further and further into rabbit holes. So I just want to leave that. I know you said you have no answers. Well, let me just move ahead because we're going to run out of time. To the positive end of this, Ren. You guys have made your entire model free, but you're imagining that countries are going to want to build their own models and are going to reach out to you all, or companies will, and you're going to customize models. So tell us, for a country like India, what is the potential, the opportunities that this technology gives?
So I think the potential of this technology is not just about having your own model. What is the potential application of these models? So 1 or 2 areas which is obviously the lower hanging fruit for India is applying this technology for education or healthcare or those areas which you are having some pressing needs. So if I may explain how this the model is about understanding the culture and understanding, it's becoming your brain buddy. So if you apply this model in creating AI tutor will be holding the students' hands and making sure that they are customizing the education journey to cater to the needs of each and every different student. So I was reading with this I shouldn't say whatever, but this the UNESCO or OECD report that India's the student to teacher ratio is like double of the OECD countries. Clearly, that's not, it's the fact. You need more teachers here. But instead of just ramping up the number of the teachers, what's great potential of India is that more than 80% of the kids have access to the mobile phone. And why we're not taking advantage of that great benefit? If you're combining this digital savvy and accessibility to the mobile phone by the kids and this AI technology, you can come up with revolutionized the education system to be deployed and to cater to the needs of the Indian unique situation. The same thing can be said for the medical services.
Ren, I know that this is opportunity, but I'm sorry, as a journalist, my mind keeps going to the potential misuse of this, because yes, even a country could design this, so maybe the Indian government reaches out to you guys to further design this model for a cultural circumstance like India. But that's putting immense power into a government's hand now, because they will define the parameters, and then because this is so convenient, none of us will be searching out knowledge in any other way except through a chat GPT or your stability diffusion text image, and soon you guys are going to do voice to image and voice to knowledge. But you're putting power in, knowledge seeking is just going to be defined by you or by the government or by someone powerful. So, I get it, there's a lot of opportunity, but it's frightening. I just want to share with the audience, we've discussed what's already there. What you all have released into the market, or what ChatGPT is based on, whatever we've used was 10 billion parameters was what ChatGPT was using and had put out. In these 4 months, the new ChatGPT 4 that they've put out is based on 10 trillion parameters. So we're just a whisker away. Everybody's discussing what will happen if this technology becomes super intelligent and more intelligent than human beings. Are we looking at a post-human world where, species-scale colonization is going to happen on us? You guys are at the heart of this. What are you discussing?
So I think the key here, I'm not a computer science major, and I'm a lawyer. But what is interesting, just clearly, as you said, Shoma, this is an exciting and potentially scary technology. But as is always the case with any new technology, even the best scholar, even the best professor does not 100% understand where this technology is going, what is the limitation, what is the condition of this technology. I think my answer to your excellent question is democratizing the process. So instead of stopping the development of the process, as far as you understand what is inside the model and how you train it, then the moment you started to see some existential danger, I don't know if it's coming or when it's coming, but the moment you found that there's an existential danger happening in AI, you reserve the right to stop at that moment. I think this is the way to strike the right balance between not too scared, but also allowing the technology to untap its potential to the fullest extent.
Thank you, Ren. On that note, time is up. So we've just, on all these sessions, you feel you've just touched the tip of the iceberg. I just want to leave the audience with something which Imad Mushtaq, your founder, has said, is that he's treating this as a public good. These guys are the mavericks in a very dangerous technology and very powerful, positive technology. He said it's a public good, and the public needs to discuss it, engage with it, so that they're not just manipulated into being a recipient of a technology. And that's the best we can have. You know, the best model is a democratic one, where there can be argument and we can at least have a voice in regulating it. But Ren, it's amazing to meet someone who's in the heart of something so epochal, and you already have legal suits against you guys, there's class action suits, and yet, you know, you're really keeping to the vision and mission with which you began. So thank you very much for joining us and for giving us insights into this.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Mahesh Chabra, Managing Director, Kirloskar Industries, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the gentleman. Ren, I'd appreciate if you just stay on stage for just a minute. Just a minute. Just presenting you with a small token of our appreciation. Thank you. And for those of you, thank you, appreciate it. For those of you who want to take on the AI conversation further, well, 7:45, we do have a concurrent session in the Shah Jahan Hall, Future Forward, Age of AI, Machines Like Me, Chat GPT, What Happens When AI Falls in Love with You, or worse. We have Mr. Brad Smith, who would be joining us, Vice Chairman and President Microsoft. Rahul Kaval will be holding that session at the Shah Jahan Hall at 7:45 p.m. Until then, I'm sure all of you know who we have coming up next, and that's the roar that we heard at the Oscars. What it takes to make blockbusters and leap across geography. This session is brought to you by Power Finance Corporation Limited. To take it from here, I'd like to hand it over to the session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, and he will introduce you to our guest, who actually needs no introduction.
My brother, do you know Natu?
What is Natu?
పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిట్ట దూకినట్టు పొలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు కిర్రు సెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు
Ladies and gentlemen, he's just back from the Oscars. He's just back from creating a slice of history. He's just back from becoming a truly global star. And we are absolutely delighted that even before he touches down in Hyderabad, he's touched down in Delhi to be here at the India Today Conclave. Please give a big hand for Ram Charan, who really has, as I said, stirred things up and made us all very proud.
Thank you.
What does it feel like It's been what, 72, 96 hours since that wonderful evening in Los Angeles. Have you come to terms with the fact that you are part of this Oscar moment?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me, Rajdeep. And sir, I have to say, I didn't touch down. We touched down as a team. The whole RRR team touched down. And yes, it's been a couple of hours, 2 days. We are still soaking in all that excitement. I'm still pinching myself, or my wife is still pinching me, saying, "Did it really happen? Ye hua kya?" So,
why,
she's right
Upasana, why
here.
don't you just, bask in the glory also? Come on.
Yes, I think she is my lucky mascot, and the 5.5-month-old baby inside her is even more lucky for me.
Wow. That's right. This is terrific times. You produce a or you're part of a blockbuster that's making 1,200 crores or whatever and counting. You won Golden Globes Awards. You win an Oscar. And most importantly, you're going to be a father soon.
Absolutely. What a coincidence. All good things come at once. I think that's true.
Absolutely. But, just let's relive that moment. All of you are there waiting with bated breath for whether you'll get the Oscar or not. What were the moments leading up to that evening? Were you confident given what had happened in the Golden Globes, or was it something did you have a sleepless night?
I think, personally, I will talk for myself. I was just fortunate to be midst of that celebration. That kind of an event, we've been seeing it. I was a fanboy of the Academy since I was a kid. I think we have got, nothing is more than the audience in the theater. I think that is my biggest award. I'm not saying it just like that, but what India has given us is my biggest award, and rest everything was another feather on the hat. And I believe it. So, win or not win, doesn't make a difference, because we have reached the Oscar carpets. And rest, I think, the God decided.
You're being very modest.
Not really. I truly mean this. I truly, truly mean this. Reaching that stage, of course, all of you know it is 92 years of our industry, and it's such an honor. And what this acknowledgement did to us, it's not us, it's for India, it's for the technicians, the directors, and the beautiful from Satyajit Ray to now Mr. Rajamouli. We all have been recognized, but this is a unique acknowledgement our industry has got, and for us to just represent that and be part of it was definitely a responsibility. It was weighing on my shoulder, but I was just enjoying the moment, and that is what is more important than getting tensed about the award.
So you say you were not really tense about getting the award.
But trust me, I would have been the happiest if I definitely get it. No?
Okay. But that moment when they actually make the announcement, and they say that, Natu Natu gets Best Original Song, that particular moment, what was that like?
That particular moment, I think all of us were tensed. We went numb, like really numb, no feelings. All I could feel is my wife's hand really holding me like Mike Tyson was holding me. She was squeezing. I had creases on this thing, but all that is an emotion that we've been carrying it. I think since 2018, we've been under this in the shooting process. And then the hard work the team has put in, everybody is saying some different things, but truly, they have appreciated a good cinema and the excellence of my director, Mr. Rajamouli, and his great team, Keeravani and Mr. Keeravani and Chandra Bose.
I'm going to come to all those individuals because, as you said, filmmaking is a team effort.
Absolutely.
And these are all wonderful names who, I thought you put it beautifully, it's a tradition that, from Satyajit Ray to Rajamouli, the art of filmmaking can evolve over the years. But there is a bit of a mystery which is playing out on social media, controversy, let me not even call it a mystery, that why didn't you and Junior NTR actually dance that day? Why weren't you all on stage celebrating this great moment? Were you not called by the Oscar committee to do a Natu Natu a quick take on stage? What happened?
Sir, everybody said you do have a twist when we sit with you.
There is.
But I was very optimistic. Sir will not put me on that spot.
It's not being on the spot.
No,
Tell us
really,
what happened.
I will tell you. I mean, I've told you in the LA media, sir. I was ready. I was 100% ready to get that call. But I truly don't know what happened. But let's not even talk about it, because the troupe who did there, I think they were fantastic, and they did a better job than us. I have done it for so many times, so many stages, and different awards and meetings, interviews. Now it's for us to relax and enjoy the show and somebody else perform for India.
Basically, imitation is the best form of flattery. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
As long as you can spread the dance across the world, who does it doesn't really matter.
Different cultures, different age groups. You see it, every home, a father and son, mother and daughter, I don't know, wife and husband, they've taken this. I feel it's no more our song. It's India's song. It's a Janta song. It's the people who have taken us to the carpet.
In fact, my son went to a wedding in Hyderabad where he said that from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, they were 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. They were taught how to do the dance so that at the wedding, everyone was made to do it. So it's India's wedding song now.
Absolutely, it's India's song.
It's India's song. That's a great way to again put it. But I just want to understand from you, what did it take to actually do that dance? We'll come to the other aspects of the film in a moment in your own career. But that dance itself, apparently with all the ensemble cast around, how long, how difficult was it? Give us a sense of that.
Like you see, sir, if you see the palace we shot in, it was the Ukraine's president's palace. Which,
I think we've got a shot of that. We'll put that out.
So I think he's still operating the war from that palace as we are speaking. He was so gracious, being an artist himself. He let us shoot there. We were shooting there for 17 odd days, but out of that we shot for 12 days. But the director got us to Ukraine 7 days prior just to rehearse in the location with the dancers. We had 150 to 200 dancers there, and they were the best of the best from Europe. My knees still wobble really when I'm looking at that step, because I would have had some knee pains very bad. I'm suffering even now because my co-star and me have done more complicated steps in our lives. But this song was not that complicated. It is in a certain way, because both our styles had to match. If my hand went 45 degrees, his hand had to go. But how are you going to see what he's doing? So it is very difficult. So we have done what you see there over 17 times just to perfect. That's why we call my director the beautiful torture.
The beautiful torture?
Yeah, that's what he does. You won't believe, I heard my composer's speech. Because Oscar is all timed to 45 seconds, they shut the mic or they do. My director is so particular. He made my composer rehearse that speech so it stops at 45 seconds for 15 to 20 times.
But Kiravani was brilliant with it. It was perfect.
He is so adorable. Nobody has sung like this. And the Carpenter's song, and him, Mr. Carpenter, he replying back, it was a moment.
So it took you a week to rehearse the song?
And shot it for 12 days.
So in all, for 19 days, you were virtually eating, breathing, sleeping the song.
We used to wrap shoot at 8:30, rehearse that night again till 10:30, sleep and go back to shoot around 6 o'clock. We did that as a clock for 20 days. Yes, you're right.
Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Yes. I think he deserves it is, of course, obviously, it is about putting all those pieces together then. You're in front, you've got the choreographers, anyone whom we don't know who really deserves credit. Is there someone?
Our choreographer, definitely, as you mentioned, and every technician there. Especially thanks to Ukraine, the crew members. We had about 120 Ukraine crew members who were brilliant in supporting the Indian culture and the knack of filmmaking, because we didn't have to suit their culture. They were so warm and receptive. They said, "Chalo, aapko kaise banana ye song? We'll do it your way." So that's something I told my wife right after getting back, we have to go back for a holiday with family. But 3 months after that, you know what happened.
Okay, so now there's the partnership between you and Upasana, and there's the partnership between you and Junior NTR. Tell us about this partnership.
Of course, I've known him for a very, very long time, since we were kids. And we became very close 4 or 5 years before the film started rolling. I don't know whether he decided to cast us or whether he saw the friendship between us and then cast us, because his job will become easy to shoot with us.
Now, what I was told is Rajamouli first came to you, told you about the film, but didn't tell you that he was going to get Junior NTR as a co-star.
Yes.
Went to him, didn't tell him that he was going to get Ramcharan as a co-star. RRR essentially initially meant Rajamouli, Ramcharan and Junior NTR. You came to know about the fact that you were going to co-star with each other later. Is that true?
That's true. I don't know who he made the first call, but Junior NTR was already at Sir's residence. I entered and Tarak was like, wow, this must be some news, because he was alone. Then he saw me and said, why is he here? Yeah. I thought I'm doing a solo or something. But then I entered, and then, the magic happened. He just opened he opened the Pandora box, and he told us that I'm casting both of you. And if not for Mr. Rajamouli, I swear I don't think we would have done this combination for any other director.
You wouldn't have done this for any other director?
I mean, for everything we've earned and, built our career, putting our careers in hand, because it's I don't know, but they used to say we were the rival family for more than 35 years. Tarak's, Junior NTR's family and our family, which we never had it personally. It's the fans. And to bring both of us together, to put our trust in somebody, it has to be Rajamouli, and Rajamouli knows that it'll only happen because of him.
What is so special about Rajamouli? You did Magadhira with him, 2008?
Yes, 13 years back.
13 years back, your first big blockbuster.
Yes, sir. Yes.
What is it about Rajamouli that makes you so confident that you just leave yourself in his hands?
I like working with taskmasters, and I like somebody who puts me on my feet. My wife does that. And
she tortures you, or she puts you?
No, it's not a torture. It's a beautiful torture, like Rajamouli. So it keeps me up, it keeps me going on my feet always. So, Mr. Rajamouli, every time you think, wow, I've learned enough, both see clear, I know it all, you work with Mr. Rajamouli, and he tells you, this will still be the beginning. So he's like, I'm going back to school. So I always learn something new. He always gives us the best career hits for every actor he works with, be it Prabhas, Junior NTR, or myself. So after my dad and Mr. Pawan Kalyan, my uncle, if I have so much respect, like it's only for one man, it is Mr. Rajamouli.
Let me take you back. You mentioned just now your dad. By the way, Chiranjeevi sir is Chiranjeevi Garu somewhere in the hotel. He's sleeping.
Yes, as I told him, I'm touching down in Delhi, and he couldn't wait, and he came to Delhi to receive me.
Lovely. We used to see him around in Parliament. He was a minister. We'll talk politics later. Coming from these film families, both you and Junior NTR, and as you mentioned, there were these film family rivalries, at least built up by fan associations. Yes. In Bollywood, there's this huge debate about nepotism, that people get breaks only because they are so-and-so's children. In your case, was it something that came naturally to you, cinema, and you've actually, in many ways, actually taken your father's legacy several steps forward? How do you see this? Was it in those early years being Chiranjeevi's son? Or was it difficult to become Ramcharan, your own identity?
I don't know, sir. I don't really understand this. It's a herd mentality. This topic is just driven by a herd or really an individual who feels like this. Because you have a great Mr. Rajdeep. His son might be inclined towards journalism. It is something like that. He does have a better chance in working with NDTV maybe. But at the same time, if you're a fantastic cardiologist, the son also is inclined. So I'm inclined towards acting. I was breathing cinema, living cinema, meeting the producers. I'm inclined towards it now. If you call that getting a better chance, I don't know, but I was in a film school since I was born. So I know the art. I wouldn't have been sustained for 14 years if I was not doing something good for myself, and not just my dad. So everybody has to. Maybe there'll be a stepping stone for a good platform to step onto. But after that, you have to continue this journey. If not, if I was a normal person, I will not spend 100 rupees or 500 rupees on somebody who I think is somebody's son.
You know, it's quite remarkable. 4 months or 5 months ago, we had Yash also on, at India Today Conclave. And
I saw that.
And he's the son of an auto rickshaw driver.
See, there you go.
And you've got Ramcharan, son of Chiranjeevi, and both of you are superstars. So it seems to be, at the end of the day, it's all about audience acceptance.
Absolutely.
If the audience accepts you, you become a superstar.
Talent speaks. So Yash, I truly believe his talent spoke. And every other artist who's successful here, only their talent speaks.
Families in Telugu cinema were also a big factor. NTR's family, Chiranjeevi Garu's family, there have been other family trees in a way in Telugu cinema. Is Telugu cinema also coming of age with what's happened with RRR, and not just RRR, we've seen with Southern cinema in general, the rise of Southern cinema in the last 18 months, films, one blockbuster after the other. Is there a sense of renewed confidence that you have? I don't have to go to Bollywood now to make it. I'm a global superstar without going to Bollywood.
Yes, sir, this was begun, and it had a very strong impact in our industry and in our films, with the Telugu happening with Bahubali and now crossing all the boundaries. But I feel this is a big hit, not because it's from the South or anybody. We have so many industries from Bengal to Tamil Nadu in the South. We have fantastic directors. And I feel what will really make an impact with the West or in Japan or in Australia is hamara mitti ka stories have to come out. And Magadira was like that. Lagan was like that. And The Parasite from Korea, it was their own story as well. So anybody who makes them from their culture, their folklore, their emotion, their struggle. And India has so much of all of this. And the West and the global audience are ready to accept somebody who is original. And India has many, many original directors, many original states who have their own beauty in this music and storytelling. And that's what I feel we will transcend out of this.
So you're saying cinema in India has transcended all geographies today.
Absolutely.
Today you don't look at it in terms of Telugu cinema, Hindi cinema. You've just got to look at it as Indian cinema, tell good stories, preferably on an epic scale sometimes.
Absolutely, sir. This is no more Indian cinema. This is no more, there's no more Telugu, Bengali or Bollywood or Hindi cinema. This is Indian cinema. We should propagate that as Indian cinema. And I want the global audience to feel that all of us are one cinema.
Is that how, when you went to Los Angeles this time, and you know, you're surrounded by all these Hollywood celebrities, I saw a small interview of you where you said you wanted to meet Tom Cruise. Yeah. Did you ever think Tom Cruise might want to meet Ramcharan?
No, definitely not for now.
How do you know?
Maybe in the future he will, but not for now. Right now, I want to meet him.
Right now, you want to meet Tom Cruise. You could do a Top Gun Maverick.
Sir, wish for it. Maybe hoga.
Hoga?
Yeah. आप wish
उसको कोई Indian title देके Top Gun Maverick कर दो. Tell Rajamouli that I've got the rights for an Indian Top Gun.
No, I will wish for it. Let's see. Your wish will come true. Many things came true, I heard, what you wished.
Over the years, many things have come true. We should discuss all these things on another day. But, you know, as you look at it, the point I was making, when you went into that room at the Oscars, there wasn't that sense, perhaps say 20, 25 years ago, had you gone there, you would have perhaps not felt at ease in the manner that you perhaps do. You want to be a global star, right? There's talk that you're going to do a Hollywood film. Is that true that you could be doing a Hollywood film next?
Don't know, sir. I would leave it in LA, what I said.
I read it somewhere on the net that Ramcharan offered a Hollywood film. True or not?
We are seeing something, so we are working. It's too early for me to say, but I heard your predictions will come to give me your wishes. I will make sure it happens.
You've heard or have you signed are you in the process of signing up?
process. Everything is a process. Everything is a process until it happens. So let it happen, sir. It will happen.
You see, this is why part of the secret of the South is you don't tell the full story so that expectations are kept low and suddenly, boom, we'll hear Ram Charan opposite Tom Cruise in Maverick 3.
Sir, my mom always says, "Sabka nazar nahi lagna chahiye." So I live it. I mean, who doesn't wish? Everybody wishes, and all of us want to work in every industry where talent is appreciated, and is wajah se I want to work.
What's this journey been like? You know, as you said, the early films, you get your first breaks because you're part of a film family. Then over time, your first big hit, Magadira. Slowly, other hit films keep coming in. And you just seem to go from strength to strength. You know, how has this journey been? What have you seen? How has Ram Charan changed over these last 15 years?
I think starting from my family and everybody think I've changed a lot. Thank God. I call it not a change. I call it evolution. I'm evolving as a person, as an actor. I'm understanding my director's inside. I'm getting into his head better. For any actor, what is the most challenging thing is, are you understanding your director and are you getting exactly what he wants? And I'm slowly getting much better at that. That's what my director Rajmouli also says. If there's anything as an actor I wish in the future is get into the director's head who has been dwelling in it, writing this subject before they narrate to you for a couple of years. And that man owns it more than anybody on the sets. And any actor, I just wish, get into your director's head, you will always be a successful actor.
But in those early years, you spent some time in a school in Mumbai, learning a bit of cinema?
Yes, sir.
An acting school?
Namit and Kishore Kapoor's.
That's right. So
yes.
you did the journey to Mumbai in that sense.
Yes.
There was a time, as I said, that whether it was even the great Shivaji Ganeshan and others aspired to become also recognized in Hindi cinema. That I want to act opposite the big Hindi film actors and I want the big Hindi film directors. Did you feel that at any stage over these years, or were you very comfortable in your own skin?
I'll be lying if I say I didn't. I really wanted to be part of Indian cinema, the Hindi cinema, only because I want to reach out to a larger audience. I want to reach out till Delhi, till West Bengal, to Rajasthan. And my only source back then for all of us was Hindi cinema.
But now the truth is Hindi cinema wants to come to you.
Sir, they've also been doing great for so many years. And we've just started, and I don't want to claim that we have arrived. No, we all have arrived, and they've had the share of the pie. And now we are having, and together we will do it too. We'll have a pie together.
You can make history together.
Yeah.
In those early years, in Mumbai, was there any star that you aspired to? Is there someone whom you wanted to go and meet and say, look, here I am, Ram Charan, possibly son of Chiranjeevi. You might have wanted to use that in the intro. Was there someone you wanted to go out there and meet?
I mean, even before I wanted to meet, he invited me, being my dad's very old friend. They've done thumbs up ads together for a very, very long time, Mr. Salman Khan. He said, I heard, beta, you're in town. I said, how come? I said, nothing happens in Bombay without him knowing, I feel. And he invited me home. And that warmth reception, I'll keep it in my heart until today.
Salman Khan is a great host, but dangerous when he invites you home because the night doesn't end till 5 a.m.
No, sir, he's very graceful. He lets us. He lets us. Whoever wants to go. If the people are staying there, it's voluntarily they're staying.
So you're a Bhai ka fan?
Yes.
Your image, in a way, has been built at the moment over this angry action hero. Is that your favored image? Do you believe an actor should have a particular image, or are you the kind who wants to constantly experiment, do new roles? If someone comes to you tomorrow, I believe tomorrow morning, in fact, you're going straight from here to another dance sequence,
yes,
which is again probably going to take a week. So is that how you see yourself, the action hero, the dance hero? Do you get stereotyped in a way because of your success?
I mean, firstly, sir, I think I want to be part of every genre. That's for true. I mean, that's for sure. And coming to action, every hero, I think every artist wishes to be an action hero. I have seen romantic rom-com heroes saying, "Sir, this saal mein action try karunga," because more audience, the crowd pullers are always the action films, and I'm so fortunate, thanks to my God, I'm already an action hero. But maybe I would like to try something different, and I hope the audience are inviting enough.
We, as I said, the Chiranjeevi factor. What did Dad tell you when you were stepping into cinema? What were the words of advice that he gave you in those early years?
That day, I still remember the first day I was going, I said, man, I wish he gives me that one formula that makes an actor successful. And to my surprise, he said, Ram, this is going to be a first day, first film. Make sure you take care of your staff because they are the closest to you. Be it your chauffeur, to your man who's always next to you, your makeup artist, all these guys. Make sure you take them very seriously and respect them. If they start talking about you, your career can end very soon. So take care of your guys who are near and dear to you, and that in return means you're taking care of everything else.
I've seen usually stars' best friends are their hairdressers.
I believe so.
There.
Yeah, he's been with me for 15 years, all of them, from my first film.
Give them all a very big hand. Come on, guys, come here.
So
you have there's a team Ramcharan that goes along with you, I'm told.
Yeah, so even if I had a bad flop, I still had taken care of these guys.
Bring them all on here. Come on, guys, you are part of his success story.
Gaurav.
You got to introduce them to us. Come on.
Gaurav, वो button पहन लो यार थोड़ा decent.
ये भी action hero है.
He's been there since my first movie, since 2008.
He's your...
He's been there since 2009, sir. Both of them. Hipin, Ajo. That's Hipin and Gaurav, sir.
So they handle your hair and...
Yes, he handles my hair. He's been handling my face. So both are from Bombay, sir, and they've been staying with me literally.
Wow. So that's Team Ramcharan. In a way, these are... You got any more out there?
I mean, all my guys who drive my car, he's been with me for 18 years. My cook for 33 years, he carried me, and now he's still with me. He's bearing, all these guys bearing with me. Thank you for bearing with me.
Let me bring Upasna in here also. Come on stage, because she's part of Team Ramcharan. Come on. Wow, be careful, man. Come.
And, my manager, Praveen, is here, sir, since 15 years. Praveen,
where are you?
Praveen ji thinks...
This is 15 years Team Ramcharan. Where is he?
So Praveen always slips out saying, "Ye har bar ek hi baat karega." So he goes out.
Upasna, what's it been like? Give us a sense of what the last week, last few months have been like. Golden Globes, Oscars. It must be a dream.
It really is, and my baby's been very kind to me to let me travel, and it's been really, really nice. And I'm really grateful to Ramcharan and my, all the people around my family and everybody. All I can say is I'm very, very grateful. Thank you.
She's not this soft-spoken at home.
Is that true? Is that true? You see, either you're doing beautiful torture. Is that true?
Tell the truth. No. We'll leave it, sir.
You leave it there?
Sure thing. Huh? She's like, come home.
Thank you, Upasna, and thank you to the two of you. Congratulations to you all. Achha, now I've just heard you mentioned Salman Khan, but I'm told that you're a good mimic of Khan Saab.
No, not at all.
Have you done any mimicry?
Totally true. If it's true, I would have done it right now. But no, false information. Sir.
But is there a Bollywood star that you sort of emulate, or you consciously try to emulate, or any star? It need not be.
My wife is the biggest Shah Rukh Khan fan, and I am a Salman Khan fan. And sometimes we switch our roles here and there, depending on that film of the other actor. But we don't imitate anybody. It's so difficult.
Is that important that for you, every actor has to eventually build his very own character? really big superstar is eventually his or her own person.
Absolutely, every actor thrives to have his own personality, his own style. But I feel being fluid is more important for actors and directors to see you in different roles. I feel it's better not to have a very unique style, because your unique style sometimes can overshadow a character which you're playing.
But one challenge, Ramcharan, that you will face is after such a mega hit, what next? You've got this film with Kiara Advani. It's going to be again multilingual.
Yeah, with Mr. N. Shankar.
With Shankar as the director. So you've got how do you go past an RRR? You've scaled a kind of Everest in a way for many.
I am already working on one with Mr. Shankar. And again, I am working on a path-breaking film, which I felt, path-breaking character, which is better than my previous subject called Rangasalam. It is again a very matti story, which I'm starting from September. And I feel that film has every possibility to go to the Western audience and woo them as an Indian matti story.
So you're already looking at what the next big project is.
I'm very, very, very confident on what I'm doing, what I'm about to do, and we're starting from September this year.
So you're hoping that maybe a year from now you'll be back at the Oscars with a new project.
Thank you. I hope so. I hope so.
So at any given time, you work on one project, more than one project. How do you plan your life?
Sir, I've been trying to do 2 projects. Both EMIs have to
both
pay.
EMIs hai? Kya baat karta hai yaar?
But it never happens.
तो आपका थोड़ा EMI हमको भी दे दो.
Sir. No, on a serious note, I think the directors I've been working are such mavericks, and they like to get our time totally for themselves. And Magadira, I've shot for 2 years. RRR, I've shot for 3 years. And Shankarji is, I'm sure, almost 1.5 years. So it's never happened. It's my long wish to do 2 films a year, like some actors do,
Because one of the things we've been told is the actors who come from the South come with less pretension and fanfare and a greater sense of discipline. I saw it even when you were doing, and a sense of perfection, that you want everything to be perfect. We saw it briefly during your photo shoot also today. Is that the secret of the success of many of you? That you all are very, very disciplined. There is a dedication to the craft. I'm not saying that Hindi cinema actors are not, but the star world can change you in a way that it doesn't change you down south.
Absolutely, sir. I think if there's anything, I say, even a bad actor with a lot of discipline has more possibility to sustain than a great actor with bad discipline and a bad, not so good discipline. I don't think he has any chance to survive. Today, my dad is 67 years. He's signed 3 films. He's the most busiest actor right now in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. He's still rocking it. He says, if I don't work out, my knees are hurting. So he wakes up every day at 5:30 just to have that day pass without a knee pain. So that kind of a discipline, I think it's a bit of a burden on my shoulder. I said, your dad is waking up. Why are you not waking up? I said, chalo, we'll also wake up. And so, I guess that's working for him. And we would like to follow that.
He wakes up 5:30 a.m. in the morning to work out at the age of 67.
Yes, sir. And he had 2 releases this year, and he's going to be on the floors with 2 more films this year. So he'll have 4.
Any kind of, I saw a lovely photograph on Instagram of 2 of you relaxing in the garden. I think
yes, sir.
You were sleeping on the garden on the grass, and he was resting on his sofa. Just trying to understand, any family competition at all? Does dad tell you, "Meri picture tere se zyada chalegi"?
I think anybody at home can say good things, but my mother says he gets very personal.
Asha.
So anybody can appreciate me, my wife, my sisters, my siblings, but my mother should balance it for him.
Acha.
So maybe there is a sense of good competition.
You come also from a land where NTR was the original actor-politician. Dad also became a politician, became a minister, started his own party, eventually decided enough of politics, calls it, I believe, one of the regrets of his life, and has gone back to acting. You ever thought, might as well, like RRR, let's roar now in politics?
I like to sail in one boat, sir. I know how to sail only in one boat. Don't know what will happen to my crotch if I sail in two boats. So I like to sail in one boat. And that is film industry.
That is film industry.
Absolutely, sir.
No question of.
No, sir.
No netagiri.
Nice, sir.
अरे इतना बड़ा
छोड़
तुम्हारा
दो,
fan
sir,
base है.
please.
छोड़ दो.
No, not at all. I think for now I know only acting. I have a production house. I've produced 4 films, and I like to do much more in this industry and contribute more as a film personality.
Okay, so Jagan Mohan Reddy safe in Andhra and KCR Gadu safe at the moment in Hyderabad. Okay, we've got about 9 or 10 minutes to go. We're going to have a lot of fun now.
Sir.
I'm going to, you're a rock star among our entire office. I can tell you, you cut across all geographies. I'm going to call 2 of my colleagues, Akshita and Nabila. Akshita speaks very good Telugu also.
Namaskaram, Ramcharan.
Namaskaram.
Just 1 second. Praveen Garu
Hi,
is here, who you
Praveen,
called.
that's your manager. Taking care, who made things possible for me. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you for acknowledging
So he's your
that.
manager who's been the
He's
one
been the
right
longest.
through. Give him a big hand,
Applause,
ladies and
please,
gentlemen.
for his manager.
That's my manager.
Hi, Praveen. Praveen, now you tell us, what's the best thing about your boss?
Only good things, please.
Good evening, everybody.
No, you can say good, nice. Well, don't worry. We'll handle that. What's the best thing about your boss?
He's a fantastic human being I've ever met in my life.
Sure.
500%.
Nobody believes that.
What makes you say that?
I've been working with him for the past 15 years, and I'm in the industry for the past 20, 25 years. And I've worked with a lot of people. He touches by the soul.
He touches your soul. Lovely. What a lovely thing to say. Thank you very much, Praveen.
Thanks.
Okay,
You
great.
know, Rajdeep, I really have a question for Ramcharan. I'm
Yeah,
sure
go ahead.
most of the girls who are drooling over Ramcharan want to know if that intense probing eyes, do you do that intentionally, or does that just come naturally to you?
On screen? It's
Even otherwise, look at it.
It's not working off screen, madam.
You want to try doing that for our cameras?
Okay, Nabila, why don't you stand there and see whether he does it or not? Come
No,
on,
I
let's see
can
whether
see
it works.
every movie with every dialogue.
She's your co-star, and you've got an intense scene.
With her, you cannot look like that, sir.
Okay.
Sorry. Nabil, I think you can be very aggressive if you want. I feel you're very charged. Give me one look which you've seen of mine.
Like you?
Yeah. I felt I look like that guy in Rock.
But that just works for him, doesn't it?
Ji.
Akshita.
Sir, okay, request for your Telugu audience. Okay,
You'll
Sandesham
tell.
Telugulo cheppandi.
అంటే తెలుగు వాళ్ళకి ఎన్ని చెప్పినా ఎంత థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పినా సరిపోదు నాకు. వాళ్ళ వల్లే మేమందరం ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాం. మా నాన్నగారు కానీ మేము కానీ వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన ఈ ఎనర్జీ ఒక తెలుగువాడిగా నాకు చాలా గర్వంగా ఉంది. మా వల్ల అసలు వాళ్ళ వల్ల మేము ఈ స్థానంలో ఉన్నామని వాళ్ళకి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా లైఫ్ అంతా కృతజ్ఞతలు చెప్పుకుంటూనే ఉంటాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
You know, I really want to say this since I have this opportunity, and since Rajdeep, you may not know, speaking to a bunch of Telugu producers, they claim that Ramcharan is a one-take star. He does not do takes. And if he's asked to do another take, he knows his first shot is perfect and that's it, it's done. Rangasthalam, if I'm not wrong, why don't you tell us, your movie was shot so quick because he just finished it in time.
Ma'am, you said producers will like to do one take, so it's finished early. We'll wrap early, but not really. Once I was just telling Rajiv that once you get into the director's mind, your job becomes easy, and you just don't have to do another take. That's it.
You are just a one-take star. You're a natural star.
We have a
rapid fire segment.
Rapid fire
for you quickly.
segment. Go
So
for
Nabila
it.
and I will kind of alternate between the two, and
Sure.
as fast as Natu. It has to be as fast.
Sure, ma'am.
So we'll start with your favorite co-star.
Kiara.
Next film.
Pavan Kalyan.
Come again?
Chiranjeevi or Pavan Kalyan. No brainer, I guess.
Oh goodness.
No, this is a difficult one.
I want to have both my eyes, so if he's left and the other one is right.
Okay.
Nana and Mama, both in one.
Absolutely.
Your all-time favorite hero.
Let's not take my dad because obviously it is my dad. I think Salman Khan.
Your one role you'd love to play.
Oh God. Did I ever tell you something I'm not able to recollect? No?
Would you like to answer for him?
I would like to play anything to do with sport. It's been long due. Like something like
a sport-based
a sports-based film.
Any movie that's sports-based that's bowled you over.
Now you could play a Virat Kohli biopic.
Fantastic. He's an inspiring soul, and I think, yeah, given a chance, it'll be fantastic.
Yeah,
we both have a
you look similar. Okay, so we've decided a Virat Kohli biopic. Go ahead.
Good one.
My next one, your favorite tourist place, your favorite tourist destination.
Switzerland. Can I give two?
Sure.
Rajasthan and Switzerland.
Arey wah, Rajasthan and Switzerland.
Yeah.
That sounds nice.
So, when not acting and not wooing young girls, what would be your, I mean, unintentionally, what would be your best way to unwind?
Horse riding and binge watching movies.
Lovely.
Binge watching movies. Okay, go ahead.
Now, you're an excellent dancer. So, what's your go-to dance move?
Ma'am, I heard Rajiv ji has a famous dance move. हमारा नाटू नाटू को सब लोग देख लिया है. Everybody has seen it over the months.
Can we have Natu
we will
Natu?
make yours as famous as the Oscar Natu Natu. I promise.
No, look.
Can we have the Natu Natu, please?
No,
Rajdeep,
we'll do it two ways. We'll do
Okay.
this two ways. I'll teach you my dance
Yeah.
moves, but off stage. On stage, we'll do Natu Natu, since that is the rage of the moment. Now, once you do my dance move, this audience won't be here anymore.
Let's find
No,
out.
no,
Shusha.
we'll see that. Can we hear for, is anybody want to see this? Yes, Rajdeep ji, come on.
So I think we start with Rajdeep teaching the master.
Yes, and then I will teach him the second.
The dance move,
Rajdeep, we're taking your mic away so that you
no,
start dancing.
no, the dance move that I do is strictly Bambaya, where, you know, the
Okay.
thing, it's all on you know,
Okay,
on the,
sir, let's,
We
how's
can
that?
be Bombaya, no problem. Can we get some music, please? Play to Natu Natu.
Okay, basically, if you do your knees in this way, we used to call it in Bombay, we call it the bhajia dance, because you're doing your bhajiyas this way. So basically, you're doing
So
this.
that's what I did after every take of this song. My knees are wobbling.
So let me see if
Let
you
me
can do
see,
the
how
bhajia
you do
dance. Basically, you have to keep your knees wobbling.
Five, 6, 7, 8. That's it.
What? Do it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
6.
7, 8.
Okay, we'll try.
Okay.
Can we have
That's
the music,
the
please?
simpler version.
First of all, because he's doing it impromptu for us. The worry is that because this song has become so big, wherever you go, they're going to ask, Ramcharan ji, forget about all the earlier films, bas Natu Natu karo. You know, you'll almost be like Gabbar Singh, Amjad Khan was with Gabbar Singh. Everyone said, Are oh Samba.
So why not, sir? For them, for showing us so much love, I will keep doing it for them.
So Natu Natu is always going to be there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You don't mind that as your signature
Not at
cue.
all. It is my tribute back to them.
Can I add then one final request?
Yes, ma'am.
We have some suspenders for you and for
For whom?
Ramcharan to add to the very famous suspender dance. I'm just going to quickly get
I know what you're doing. Wait. I think we have seen Natu Natu. I think everybody has seen, and we've done it enough. And
What is
I
the
think
suspender?
just turn on the YouTube.
At least Rajdeep, you with the suspenders. Come on.
See.
No.
I request you not to. I request you. This is one difficult step, sir. Even मेरे को भी याद नहीं है अभी. मैं वापस have to go back to my dance rehearsals. I swear to God, it takes a lot of, and once you do it, you take it out of your head and say, "मेरे को घर जाना है अभी."
वो suspender, I saw those shots
It is
during the film.
very difficult, sir. That one, you should see it. I feel like I'm going back to that bad school day, you know. I don't want to go. That Monday blues I'm getting seeing this.
Okay, now that you Ramcharan escaped that,
Ji.
would you do that hook step for us from Nato Nato?
Which I just did it.
No, let's go all the way.
Oh,
Let's
man.
go all the way.
See, I mean, if anybody knows it, it'll be nice as
We'll try to
You do?
before.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just the hook step,
basic
though.
They know it, I'm going to watch. Come on. Go for it.
Okay, we'll try.
Okay.
Slower than you, of course.
Shit, ma'am. Is this the... Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being such a sport, Ramcharan.
Thank you.
Okay, just to say,
Thank you.
it's been wonderful to have you here.
Thank you, sir.
You've given us a glimpse into your world, your team, your lovely wife. We wish you all the very best in the next few months. I'm sure that's going to be an even bigger day than that Oscar big day. So you've got plenty to look forward to. But you've done us all so proud, and truly the India moment is reflected in 2023 with what RRR has achieved. So thanks very much, Ramcharan, for doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, straight off that plane from Los Angeles, Ramcharan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Mr. Ramcharan, can I please request you to stay on stage for just about a minute while I call upon stage Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Jha, Director Projects, and Mr. S.S. Rao, Chief General Manager of Power Finance Corporation Limited, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to the superstar. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached to a final session there. We're going to begin that shortly. I really hope you enjoyed Mr. Ramcharan's session, especially a big spot there, doing the Natu Natu for us, which swept the Oscars with the best song. Let me take the opportunity to thank our sponsors. The India Today Conclave in its 20th edition has been presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, powered by Kirloskar, crew presented by Hefel, technology partner Hitachi, conclave partner Hindustan Power Project Group, knowledge partner Reva University, luxury mobility partner BMW India, state partner Uttarakhand, partner TOPS, celebration partner Radico Khaitan, social innovation partner NEC Corporation India, industry partner REC Limited, banking partner SBI, life insurance partner Life Insurance Corporation of India, bespoke partner Damilano. We do hope you're tweeting to tweet with the hashtag India Today Conclave. And as you all know, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, our gala session is Mr. Amit Shah, the Union Minister of Home Affairs and Cooperation. He's going to be with us shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to our final gala session of the evening, the architect of 2024, the man with the blueprint. You don't call him Chanakya for anything, but to take it from here, I will call upon stage our session's moderator, my colleague Sudhir Chaudhary, consulting editor, India Today, to come up on stage and take it from here.
नमस्कार, a very good evening to all of you. और जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, इस समय मैं आगे बढ़ूं उससे पहले आपको ये ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि आप सब लोग अपनी कुर्सी की पेटियां ठीक से बांध लीजिए, क्योंकि मौसम बदलने वाला है। क्योंकि इस समय हमारे साथ देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह हैं, इस हॉल में मौजूद हैं और आपको लगातार अपने जवाबों से वो झटके देते रहेंगे। दिस इज़ द मोस्ट अवेटेड इंटरव्यू ऑफ दिस एरा, इस साल का, और मुझे यकीन है कि ये ऐसा इंटरव्यू होगा जो कि एक टर्निंग पॉइंट साबित होगा, क्योंकि आज गृह मंत्री जी अपना ब्लूप्रिंट भी आपके सामने पेश करेंगे। सर, लेकिन आप लोगों को ये जो अनुभव मिल रहा है यहाँ, जो 1 घंटे ये शानदार अनुभव मिलने वाला है, इसकी एक ही फीस है और वो है थोड़ी अच्छी तालियां। अमित जी, आपका एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आपने समय निकाला, हम सब आपके लिए उसके लिए आभारी हैं। सेशन का जो नाम है आर्किटेक्ट ऑफ 2024, द मैन विद द ब्लूप्रिंट, तो हम उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि आप कोई ब्लूप्रिंट लेकर आएंगे।
ब्लूप्रिंट तो होता ही है, मगर इंटरव्यू में कोई, मैं नहीं मानता कोई भी राजनीति में काम करने वाला व्यक्ति या नेता अपना ब्लूप्रिंट इतने सार्वजनिक रूप से सबके सामने रखेगा। आप निकलवाने का जरा प्रयास करिए।
मैं कोशिश करता हूँ, आई विल ट्राई। तो जैसा कि हमने सेशन का नाम रखा था और दिस इज़ द मोमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे यही जानना चाहूँगा कि 2014 से और अब हम 2023 में आ गए, एक नई व्यवस्था आप लेकर आए। जब आप सत्ता में आए, आपकी विचारधारा अलग थी। आपका विजन ऑफ इंडिया वो बाकी लोगों से कैसे अलग है, और ये जो समय अभी आपको 9 साल का मिला है, इसमें आप कितना बदलाव ला पाए?
देखिए, आप थोड़े बैकग्राउंड में जाएंगे तो मेरी पार्टी का विज़न बहुत स्पष्ट है। मेरी पार्टी जब से बनी तब से, और ये 10 साल की, अगर 9 साल की आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो मोदी जी जब से प्रधानमंत्री बने तब से मेरी पार्टी की विचारधारा के आधार पर और हमारे नेता मोदी जी के तय किए हुए लक्ष्यों के आधार पर चल रही है। जहाँ तक विजन का सवाल है, हम शुरू से राजनीति में मानते आए हैं कि इस देश एक अलग प्रकार का देश है। ये देश बहुत पुराना देश है, हमारा गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है, और इस देश की नीतियाँ इस देश की स्थानीय परिस्थिति के आधार पर बननी चाहिए, न कि 2-3 करोड़ की आबादी वाले देशों से एडॉप्ट की हुई नीतियाँ हो सकती हैं। और दूसरा, हम मानते हैं कि जिस प्रकार का भारत के अंदर पोटेंशियल पड़ा हुआ है, हमारे देश के भूभाग में, हमारे देश की जनता में और विशेषकर देश के युवाओं में, हम सब ने लक्ष्य रखना चाहिए कि जब आज़ादी की शताब्दी हो तब हर क्षेत्र के अंदर भारत दुनिया में सर्वप्रथम हो। यही नीति लेकर हम चल रहे हैं और इसी के लिए हर क्षेत्र में हम काम कर रहे हैं।
अमित जी, आर्किटेक्ट ऑफ 2024, सबसे बड़ा सवाल आज सबके मन में जो है वो ये कि अगले साल जो चुनाव होगा लोकसभा का, अब उसमें क्या होने वाला है? अगले साल से इस देश को कौन चलाएगा? आप ही चलाते रहेंगे या कोई बदलाव आएगा? और आप भी चलाएंगे तो क्या इसी स्वरूप में या किसी और फॉर्मूले के तहत?
देखिए, जहां तक चुनाव का सवाल है 2024 का, इतने बड़े देश में देश की जनता जब तय करती है कि देश का अगला प्रधानमंत्री कौन होगा, किस पार्टी की सरकार होगी, तब उसका आकलन जनता ही कर सकती है। परंतु मैं देश के हर हिस्से में जाता हूं और मैं मानता भी हूं और प्रयास भी करता हूं कि मेरा घनिष्ठ संपर्क जनता के साथ रहना चाहिए। मैं जनता की नब्ज को टटोल कर आपको एक बात आपकी चैनल के माध्यम से सबको बताना चाहता हूं कि आने वाले चुनाव में फिर से एक बार पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है और मोदी जी तीसरी टर्म के लिए प्रधानमंत्री बनने वाले हैं। और आजादी के बाद का जो शुरुआती समय था, उसके बाद पहली बार एक महीने में 70 के बाद पहली बार कोई प्रधानमंत्री 3 बार पूर्ण टर्म के लिए चुनकर आएगा और पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ चुनकर आएगा।
जैसा आपने कहा, अगर जो आप कह रहे हैं सही हो जाता है तो ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी
आप सही मानकर चलिए, आगे का सवाल पूछो।
3 टर्म लगातार बैक टू बैक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को मिलेंगे, आपको मिलेंगे। इससे पहले जब हम देश के राजनीतिक इतिहास पर नज़र डालते हैं तो नेहरू एरा और इंदिरा गांधी का एरा, इन दो को हम एक बेंचमार्किंग हमारे देश में हो गई है कि नेहरू के समय में ये होता था और इंदिरा गांधी के समय में ये होता था। क्या आपको लगता है कि मोदी एरा अब नेहरू और इंदिरा एरा से भी ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण हो गया है, बेंचमार्किंग में पहले नंबर पर है, और क्या आप उनको अब हमारे देश के महानतम प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर मानेंगे?
देखिए, सभी ने अपने अपने समय में अच्छा काम करने का प्रयास किया है, अपनी अपनी समझ के हिसाब से, अपनी अपनी शक्ति के हिसाब से और अपने अपने समय के हिसाब से, क्योंकि हर समय में अलग अलग चुनौतियां होती है, हर व्यक्ति की अलग प्रकार की क्षमताएं होती है, हर व्यक्ति का अलग प्रकार का विजन होता है, मगर सब ने अच्छा प्रयास किया है, ऐसा मैं तो कम से कम मानता हूं। जहां तक मोदी जी का सवाल है, मोदी जी ने भारत के लोगों के अंदर महत्वाकांक्षा को जीवित करने का काम किया है। देश के 60 करोड़ लोग जो कभी स्वप्न नहीं देख पाते थे, वो गरीब लोगों के मन में स्वप्न देखने की आशा का संचार करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हर भारतीय के मन में आज ये सपना निश्चित रूप से खड़ा किया है कि जब आज़ादी की शताब्दी मनाई जाएगी, समग्र विश्व के अंदर भारत सर्वप्रथम होगा और भारत दुनिया में हर क्षेत्र में नेतृत्व कर रहा होगा।
2014 में जब आए तब बदलाव की लहर थी, 2019 में जब आए तो आपने सबका साथ सबका विकास की बात की, गवर्नेंस पर आप आए। 2024 में आपका यूएसपी क्या होगा?
देखिए, यूएसपी वगैरह शब्द आप करते हैं, हमारा एक सालों पुराना एजेंडा है। मोदी जी जब से प्रधानमंत्री बने तब से एक ही नीति पर चलते हैं कि देश के हर भारतीय का भारत के संसाधन पर अधिकार है और दूसरी बात, हर एक के जीवन स्तर को ऊपर लाने का प्रयास कर। मैं एक छोटी सी बात आपको बताना चाहता हूं। ये जो ऑडियंस है उसमें से काफ़ी लोगों को मालूम होगा, मगर काफ़ी ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको मालूम ही नहीं होगा कि इस देश में 60 करोड़ लोग ऐसे थे जिनके घर में परिवार में एक भी बैंक अकाउंट नहीं था, उनका भारत के अर्थतंत्र के साथ कोई जुड़ाव ही नहीं था। इस देश में 10 करोड़ घर ऐसे थे जहां शौचालय नहीं था, टॉयलेट नहीं था। इस घर में, देश में 3 करोड़ घर ऐसे थे कि जहां बिजली ही नहीं थी। इस देश में देश के 60 करोड़ गरीबों के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करने की किसी ने सूद नहीं ली थी। इस देश में 60 करोड़ गरीबों की भूख की किसी ने सूद नहीं ली थी। आज 9 साल के बाद पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं, हर घर में बैंक अकाउंट है, हर घर में बिजली है, हर घर में शौचालय है, हर एक को 5 लाख तक का स्वास्थ्य का बीमा मिला हुआ है और हर गरीब को प्रति व्यक्ति प्रति माह 5 किलो अनाज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिलता है और हर गरीब के घर में गैस का सिलेंडर भी है। मैं नहीं मानता किसी भी 10 साल में इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन देश के अंदर आया होगा। और ये 60 करोड़ लोगों के जीवन में पहली बार अनुभव आया है कि देश की आजादी के बाद जो लोकतंत्र आया है वो मेरे लिए है। मैं मानता हूं ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। और एक दृष्टि से देखें तो आज विश्व में कोई भी समस्या हो, विश्व में कोई भी समस्या आज हो, पूरे विश्व के नेता राह देखते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी इस समस्या के बारे में क्या बोलते हैं। इसका बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। 2014 से 2023 तक में परिवर्तन आया है। विश्व की हर समस्या के समाधान के लिए भारत के दृष्टिकोण को, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के दृष्टिकोण को महत्वपूर्ण माना जाता है।
आपको ऐसा लगता है कि ये पिछले 9 साल में, ठीक है, आपने विकास किया होगा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आपने बनाया होगा, आर्थिक रूप से भी विकास किया होगा, लेकिन लोगों की जो एक सोच होती है अपने देश के प्रति, अपने एक राष्ट्र के प्रति, अपनी सरकार के प्रति, उस सोच में भी आपको कोई बदलाव दिखाई देता है?
बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है भाई। भारत गौरव का अनुभव हर व्यक्ति कर रहा है। आजादी के 75 साल जब होने जा रहे थे, मोदी जी ने हर घर तिरंगा का कार्यक्रम दिया। तिरंगा किसी को खरीदने से मिल नहीं रहा था। और कोई घर भारत में ऐसा नहीं होगा, कोई बिल्डिंग ऐसा नहीं होगा जहां पर आपको तिरंगा नहीं दिखाई पड़ा होगा। ये बहुत बड़ा सकारात्मक परिवर्तन है। मैं आपको कोरोना की बात कर रहा हूं। जब कोरोना की शुरुआती सुगबुगाहट सुनाई दी गई, देश भर के पंडित ये कह रहे थे और फिर दुनिया भर के पंडित ये कह रहे थे कि भारत का बहुत बुरा हाल होगा, हमारे स्वास्थ्य इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का दुनिया में नंबर देने जाए तो बहुत नीचे तक है। सब मानते थे। मगर जब कोरोना समाप्त हुआ तब पूरी दुनिया ने स्वीकार कर लिया कि कोरोना का सामना भारत ने सबसे अच्छे तरीके से किया है। न केवल हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसका R&D कर हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसका एंटीडोट बनाए, ये तो ठीक है, परंतु इसको 130 करोड़ लोगों तक टीकाकरण करना, ये टीकों को पहुंचाना, 17,000 फुट ऊंचाई से लेकर सागर के मध्य में बने हुए छोटे हुए गांव के और लक्षद्वीप के एक अंतिम परिवार तक, और पहुंचाना, टीका देना और 5 ही सेकंड में इसको मोदी जी की हंसती हुई फोटो के साथ टीका की रिसीट भेज देना, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं मेरा अनुभव बताता हूं। मैं अमेरिका से आए हुए एक मेरे निजी स्वजन को मिला हूं जिनको बहुत तकलीफ थी यहां आने में। उस वक्त मैंने बोला क्या प्रॉब्लम हो गया है भाई, इतने चिंतित क्यों हो आप लोग? तो उसने कहा हमारा वैक्सीनेशन तो हो गया है मगर सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिल रहा है। मैंने बोला हमारे यहाँ लगवा देते पहले आकर तो मोबाइल पर आ जाता। आज पूरे देश में बिहार का एक व्यक्ति अगर गुजरात के अंदर श्रमिक है और किसी कारखाने के अंदर वो श्रमिक का काम कर रहा है, उसको अपने हिस्से का 5 किलो चावल या 5 किलो गेहूं गुजरात में चाहिए तो अपने कार्ड से ले लेता है और उसके बाकी के परिवार का बिहार में मिल जाता है। ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर जनता तक मोदी जी ने शासन की सुविधाओं को पहुंचाया है। ये बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन है। और एक बात आप मान कर चलिएगा, चाहे स्टार्टअप की बात कर लीजिए, चाहे इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट की बात कर लीजिए, चाहे पॉलिसी बनाने की बात कर लीजिए, हर क्षेत्र का मिला जुला आज असर ऐसा है कि इतनी दुनिया भर में स्लोडाउन की चर्चा हो रही है, भारत वो स्लोडाउन से आगे निकल चुका है कोरोना के बाद। ये मोदी जी ने बनाई हुई नीतियों का परिणाम है।
आर्थिक नीतियों पर हम चर्चा करेंगे। अब आपके बारे में बात करते हैं। मोदी जी ने जब भी आपको कोई जिम्मेदारी दी, आपने बहुत अच्छे से निभाई। 2014 के चुनाव में आपने बहुत कमाल का आपका खुद का प्रदर्शन था, जिसकी वजह से आपकी पार्टी को फ़ायदा मिला। आपने यूपी में इतनी सीटें दिलवाई। फिर आप बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष बने, बीजेपी को नई ऊंचाइयों पर आप ले गए, और फिर आप होम मिनिस्टर बने इस देश के। ये 4 साल जो आपके गृह मंत्री के तौर पर रहे हैं, अगर मैं कहूं कि आप हाउ विल यू रेट योरसेल्फ एज द होम मिनिस्टर?
देखिए, रेटिंग तो जनता ही करती है, और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा साहस कर लो तो आप लोग करते हो। बाकी अधिकार तो जनता का है, चुनाव में जनता बताती रहती है। परंतु मुझे बहुत संतोष है, मैं जब देश का गृह मंत्री बना तब, मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री 2014 में बने तब से लेकर आज तक 9 साल में कश्मीर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट और वामपंथी उग्रवाद, ये 3 ऐसे हॉटस्पॉट थे जो नासूर बनकर देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा को परेशान कर रहे थे लगभग 4 दशक से, जिसका कोई समाधान नहीं दिखता था। और इन 9 साल में मोदी जी की नीतियों के कारण पीछे मुड़ कर देखते हैं तो आज कश्मीर के अंदर इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है। एक साल में 1,80,00,000 यात्री कश्मीर को विजिट किए हैं। ये आज तक का सबसे बड़ा रिकॉर्ड। हर प्रकार की हिंसा के अंदर 70% कमी हुई है। आतंकवादियों की रिक्रूटमेंट जो लोकल युवाओं से करते थे, वो लगभग बंद हो गई है। पथराव की घटना आज तक जैसा चैनल हमेशा जो बताता रहता था, आज बता नहीं सकता है। जुलूस भी वहां निकलते नहीं है। एक प्रकार से आप ऐसा कश्मीर की जनता फील कर रही है कि कश्मीर के अंदर अब सच अर्थ में कानून और व्यवस्था की परिस्थिति अच्छी है, आंतरिक सुरक्षा की परिस्थिति अच्छी है। इसी प्रकार से वामपंथी उग्रवादी क्षेत्रों में मैं आज आपके चैनल के माध्यम से देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं कि इन 9 साल के प्रयासों के परिणाम स्वरूप झारखंड और बिहार पूर्णतया वामपंथी उग्रवाद से आज मुक्त हो गए। मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उड़ीसा, तेलंगाना और आंध्र प्रदेश भी लगभग मुक्त हो गए। छत्तीसगढ़ के 4 जिलों में वामपंथी उग्रवाद बचा है। मुझे भरोसा है कि इसमें भी हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को काफी सफलता मिलेगी। वामपंथी उग्रवादी क्षेत्रों में भी लगभग 65% से ज्यादा हर क्षेत्र में, हर प्रकार के आंकड़ों में कमी आई है। और इसी प्रकार से नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर 8 राज्यों में ढेर सारे युवाओं ने सरेंडर किया है, हथियार डाले हैं, मेन स्ट्रीम में आए हैं। हमने कई सारे समझौते किए हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 राज्यों के बीच में सीमा के समझौते जब से राज्य बना तब से नहीं होते थे, आज हो रहे हैं। वहां पर डेवलपमेंट पहुंच चुका है, विकास पहुंच चुका है, और बाढ़ का नियंत्रण भी हो चुका है, रोड भी बने हैं, और नॉर्थ ईस्ट की सभी राजधानी को रेल और हवाई मार्ग से जोड़ने का काम भी 24 के पहले पूरा हो जाएगा। तो एक प्रकार से तीनों हॉटस्पॉट पर आंतरिक सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से मोदी जी के शासन के 9 साल में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। और ढेर सारी ऐसी चीजें थी, धारा 370, राम जन्मभूमि का मसला, ढेर सारी इसे चीज, ट्रिपल तलाक, कोई मानता ही नहीं था कि इसका कोई समाधान संभव है।
निजी तौर पर आपको सबसे ज्यादा संतुष्टि इनमें से क्या करके मिली?
मुझे तो हर चीज की संतुष्टि है भाई। ये तीनों क्षेत्र में जो आज एक प्रकार से नॉर्मल प्रकार से लोग जी रहे हैं, इसका मुझे कम से कम बहुत बड़ा संतोष है। और देश की जनता को भी बहुत आनंद भी है और संतोष भी।
देखिए, आपकी इतनी सारी उपलब्धि हैं, अब ये भी एक उपलब्धि हो गई कि अब आज तक पर भी पॉजिटिव कवरेज चलती, ये भी उपलब्धि है आपकी।
भैया ये तो मैं बोल रहा हूं, तो दिखाओगे ना, लाइव है, कैसे रोकोगे? आज तक का कवरेज तो तब हो जब ये तीनों इश्यू पर कोई आप एक स्टोरी 45 मिनट की कर लिए होते मेरे बोलने के पहले। चलो अब कर लेना।
आपने जम्मू कश्मीर की बात की और आपने कहा कि इतने वहां पर पर्यटक गए। उन पर्यटकों में राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा भी थे और हमने उनकी तस्वीरें देखी, वो बर्फ में खेल रहे हैं और पिकनिक मना रहे हैं। तो लेकिन उन्हें तब भी कश्मीर में कुछ अच्छा नजर नहीं आया। वो तब भी यही कहते रहे कि कश्मीर में बहुत समस्याएं हैं। तो आपको लगता है उन्हें आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहिए था, या क्योंकि आपकी वजह से वो इतना अच्छा, दे हैड अ गुड टाइम देयर?
नहीं, धन्यवाद की मेरी कोई अपेक्षा नहीं है, परंतु मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं कि उसी लाल चौक में मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी और मोदी जी राष्ट्रध्वज फहराने के लिए गए थे। सेना से घिर कर जाना पड़ा था और हेलीकॉप्टर से पहुंचाना पड़ा था, क्योंकि वहां संभव ही नहीं था। राहुल गांधी कोई भी सिक्योरिटी के बगैर गए। उन्होंने खुद कहा है कि देखिए मैंने लाल चौक में झंडा फहरा दिया। उनको ये मालूम नहीं है आपके समय में नहीं फहरा सकते थे, आज फहरा सकते हो, ये मोदी जी के कारण हुआ।
अमित जी, अब आज के संदर्भ में बात करते हैं। इस समय जब हम और आप बात कर रहे हैं, पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल रही है, आप देश के गृह मंत्री हैं, आपकी सरकार के पास पूरी मेजॉरिटी है और दो मुद्दे हैं। आप कहते हैं राहुल गांधी की माफी होनी चाहिए और विपक्ष कहता है कि अडानी पर जेपीसी होना चाहिए। तो पार्लियामेंट चलेगी या नहीं चलेगी?
देखिए, किसी भी लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में पार्लियामेंट अकेला सत्ता पक्ष या अकेला विपक्ष नहीं चला सकता। दोनों के बीच में संवाद होना चाहिए। मैं इस बार जो विवाद हुआ है इसको बारीकी से देख रहा हूं। पार्लियामेंट में ही पूरा दिन देर रात तक बैठता हूं। हमारे इनिशिएटिव की बात भी उस ओर से कोई चर्चा का प्रस्ताव भी नहीं आता है। बात किसके करें? बात मीडिया में कर रहे हैं। अब स्लोगन लाए कि पार्लियामेंट में फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच हो। पार्लियामेंट में फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है ही भाई, आपको कोई नहीं रोक सकता, मगर पार्लियामेंट में फ्री स्टाइल नहीं बोल सकते। रूल्स के हिसाब से बोलना पड़ता है, रूल्स को पढ़ना पड़ता है, रूल्स को समझना पड़ता है, अध्ययन करना पड़ता है। बाद में रूल्स के हिसाब से पार्लियामेंट में डिबेट होती है। जैसे रोड पर बोलते हैं ऐसे पार्लियामेंट में नहीं बोल सकते। अब इतने बेसिक कंसेप्ट ही अगर क्लियर नहीं तो हम भी क्या कर सकते? पार्लियामेंट चलाने के एक नियम बने और वो हमने नहीं बनाए हैं। उनकी दादी के पिताजी के समय से चल रहे हैं। वो भी इसी रूल्स के तहत चर्चा करते थे, हम भी इसी रूल्स के तहत चर्चा करते। ना नियम समझना, ना कुछ करना, और फिर कहते हैं कि बोलने नहीं देते। ऐसा नहीं होता है भाई। कभी भी कोई भी खड़ा होकर नहीं बोल सकता। इसके नियम बने हुए, इसकी एक पुस्तिका है जो सालों पुरानी है, जिसमें कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ। मैं दो उदाहरण आपके माध्यम से देश की जनता के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। एक, इंदिरा जी गई थी इमरजेंसी के बाद इंग्लैंड में, और उस वक्त शाह कमीशन बन चुका था। इंदिरा जी को कुछ दिन के लिए जेल में ले जाने का भी प्रयास हुआ था, और उस पर किसी पत्रकार ने इंग्लैंड में पूछ लिया कि आपका देश कैसे चल रहा है। तो उसने कहा, वी हैव सम इश्यू मगर मैं यहां नहीं बताऊंगी मेरा देश अच्छा चल रहा है। और विदेश में आकर मेरे देश के खिलाफ मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगी, यहां आकर मैं इंडियन हूं। एक दूसरा, अटल जी विपक्ष में थे और कश्मीर पर यूएन में चर्चा होनी थी, सरकार कांग्रेस की थी। पहली बार आज तक के इतिहास में और अंतिम बार हुआ है कि भारतीय दल का नेतृत्व किसी मंत्री ने नहीं किया था, विपक्ष के नेता अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने किया था, क्योंकि ये कश्मीर पर चर्चा थी।
जी,
ये जो भरोसा होता है, कुछ इश्यू ऐसे होते हैं जो राजनीति के ऊपर होते हैं। मैं मानता हूं सबने ये परंपराओं का पालन करना चाहिए, और हम ना उनकी पर टिप्पणी करें ना उनके उद्गारों पर टिप्पणी करें। भारत की विदेश में जाकर बुराई करनी चाहिए या नहीं करनी चाहिए, किसी और देश की संसद में जाकर बुराई करनी चाहिए या नहीं करनी चाहिए, इस बात पर हमारा टिप्पणी है। और मैं मानता हूं कांग्रेस ने देश को कभी ना कभी इसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा।
पर आप माफी पर बिल्कुल अड़े नहीं है कि माफी मांगनी ही पड़ेगी?
भाई अड़े है नहीं अड़े है, आप स्पीकर नहीं हो। मैंने कहा कि स्पीकर के सामने बैठकर दोनों पार्टियां चर्चा करें, 2 कदम वो आगे आए, 2 कदम हम आगे आए, संसद चलने लगेगी। मगर सिर्फ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करना और एक्शन में कुछ नहीं करना, ऐसे नहीं होता है।
अभी कांग्रेस पार्टी ये भी कह रही थी कल की शेर आ गया पार्लियामेंट में, इस तरह की बातें अब हो रही हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कल कहा जब वो पार्लियामेंट आए कि शेर आया, संसद में शेर आया। तो आपको ऐसा लगता है कि राहुल गांधी की छवि पर भी बहुत एक काम हो रहा है? पहले उनको तपस्वी कहा गया, फिर अब जब वापस आए तो कहा गया कि अब शेर आ गया है पार्लियामेंट में, अब फिर शेर आने के बाद वो कह रहे हैं कि पूरी मोदी सरकार मुझसे डर गई है।
देखिए, जनता बहुत मुहिम तरीके से सारी चीजें देखती है। ये पूरी तपस्या के बाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 3 चुनाव हुए, तीनों चुनाव हार गए, कहीं कुछ नहीं आया। एक भी जगह 5 का आंकड़ा क्रॉस नहीं कर पाए, और तीनों उनके स्टेट थे। ये पूरी तपस्या के बाद हुआ है।
अब इस सवाल के दूसरे भाग पर आते हैं, और वो भाग ये है कि लगातार गौतम अडानी के मुद्दे पर सरकार पर हमला हो रहा है और जेपीसी की मांग हो रही है। ये कहा जा रहा है कि मोदी सरकार ने गौतम अडानी की बहुत मदद की है। उस पर अभी तक देश ने आपका पक्ष नहीं सुना है, और आज मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है और ये मंच है जहां आप बता सकते हैं लोगों को।
नहीं, मैं बड़ी स्पष्ट, हमें कोई कंफ्यूजन ही नहीं है इसमें। देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक चीज का संज्ञान लिया, एक कमेटी बनाई है, 2 रिटायर्ड जजों की अध्यक्षता में कमेटी बनाई। उसके सामने सभी लोगों के पास जो तथ्य है वो रखने चाहिए, किसी को नहीं बख्शना चाहिए अगर कुछ गलत हुआ है तो, और वो न्यायिक प्रक्रिया पर भरोसा रखना चाहिए। उसके बाद में भी अगर लगे रिपोर्ट ठीक नहीं है तो जरूर उठाना चाहिए। ये प्रक्रिया को आप फॉलो नहीं करोगे और आपको लगता है कि ऐसे मुद्दे को उठाकर देश को गुमराह कर दोगे, ऐसे कुछ नहीं होता है। जनता भली भांति जानती है, आरोप तब चिपकते हैं कि व्यक्ति का कंडक्ट, पास्ट का जीवन उस आरोप के अनुरूप हो। इस तरह से आरोप नहीं चिपकते हैं।
लेकिन अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसे सुनवाई के योग्य माना, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अगर इसे जांच करवाने के योग्य इस मुद्दे को माना, तो आप भी फिर सरकार भी अपनी ओर से कोई जांच करवा सकती थी, सेबी को कह सकती थी। और किसी
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी सेबी को कहा है, सेबी ने अपने हलफनामे में कहा है, एक मिनट, सेबी ने अपने हलफनामे में कहा है कि हम जांच कर रहे हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है कि ये जांच एक पैरेलल चलेगी, आप भी जांच कर एक रिपोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट को दीजिए। सेबी को कहा ही है, और सेबी ने यह भी कहा है कि हम जांच कर रहे हैं।
राहुल गांधी को ऐसा लगता है कि ये मुद्दा उठाकर उन्होंने आपकी किसी दुखती रग पर हाथ रख दिया है, ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस है उनको।
देखिए, अब राहुल गांधी के बारे में मैं इतने बड़े मंच पर कोई सार्वजनिक टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहता। सबको खुशफहमी में रहने का अधिकार है और रहना चाहिए।
अब अमित जी, एक और जो लगातार विपक्ष का आरोप है वो ये कि ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स जैसी एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, और लगातार विपक्ष के नेताओं को इस पर निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। इस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, जब 2017 की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, यूपी का चुनाव था, कांग्रेस की एक बड़ी नेत्री ने कहा कि भ्रष्टाचार हमने किया था तो क्यों कार्यवाही नहीं हो रही है, हम पर सवाल खड़े करे थे। अब हो रही है तो हाय तौबा कर रहे हैं। ये सारी एजेंसियां, कोई एजेंसी कोर्ट के ऊपर नहीं है
जी।
किसी भी नोटिस को भी आप कोर्ट में चैलेंज कर सकते, एक किसी भी एफआईआर को कोर्ट में चैलेंज कर सकते हैं, दो, और किसी भी चार्जशीट को भी कोर्ट में चैलेंज कर रहे हैं, तीन। भाई, कोर्ट में जाने की जगह यहां पर हो हल्ला कर कर क्या होगा? और मैं देश की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, किसी भी व्यक्ति ने करप्शन किया है, ऐसा अगर किसी भी जांच में एजेंसी के ध्यान में आता है तो एक्शन लेना चाहिए या नहीं लेना चाहिए? और ये सारे लोग जो हाय तौबा कर रहे हैं, इसमें 2 केस छोड़कर सारे केस रजिस्टर्ड उनके टाइम में हुए हैं, हमारे टाइम में नहीं हुए हैं। उन्होंने अपने शासन में जो 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले, घोटाले, भ्रष्टाचार किया, उस वक्त सीबीआई में फिलहाल मामला टालने के लिए केस रजिस्टर कराए थे। फिर इसके अंदर धन शोधन का मामला है तो ईडी कर रही है। पहली एफआईआर उनके समय में हुई है, 2 केस छोड़कर, सारे केस में हमने नहीं किया है भैया। और कोर्ट में जाते हुए उनको कौन रोक रहा है? और बहुत हमारी पार्टी में तो कम है, उनकी पार्टी में ढेर सारे अच्छे वकील हैं।
जी। नहीं, पर अभी उनको बेल भी अगर मिलती है तो वो इसको एक जीत की तरह प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं और ये कहते हैं कि भाई देखिए, चाहे वो लालू यादव हो, चाहे सिसोदिया हो, चाहे कविता हो, चाहे शिवसेना के जो नेता हों, सिर्फ कुछ खास लोगों को ही निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, या ममता बनर्जी की पार्टी के जो लोग हों। ठीक है, फिर वो कुछ दिन जेल में रहते हैं, फिर बेल लेके बाहर आ जाते हैं, फिर वैसे ही आपके खिलाफ एक दुष्प्रचार वो करते हैं। तो ये एक नैरेटिव वॉर भी है।
देखिए, हर चीज को जनता बारीकी से देख रही है और जनता आपका अपना मैंडेट देगी। मैं मेरी पार्टी और मेरी सरकार की ओर से निश्चित रूप से कह रहा हूं, एजेंसियां स्वतंत्र रूप से काम कर रही है, इसमें कोई दखल किसी का नहीं है। और मेरा सभी से ये अनुरोध रहेगा कि आप न्याय के रास्ते का रुख अख्तियार करिए, यही सही रास्ता है।
एक अमित जी, एक बात होती है टाइमिंग। जब हम टाइमिंग की बात करते हैं तो बहुत सारे लोग टाइमिंग, किसी भी एक्शन को टाइमिंग से जोड़ते हैं कि ये फेयर था या नहीं फेयर था। जैसे मान लीजिए बीबीसी ने सरकार के खिलाफ कोई डॉक्यूमेंट्री दिखा दी तो कुछ हफ्तों के बाद उनके ऊपर आईटी की कार्रवाई हो गई।
नहीं, मैं तो डॉक्यूमेंट्री के टाइमिंग पर सवाल उठाता हूं। 2002 की घटना 2023 में चुनाव के अगले साल दिखाने का क्या मतलब है? भाई बताओ, कोई मतलब है? ये पूरी घटना 2002 की है। चुनाव है 2024 में, आप 2023 में देखा, तो आप इसके टाइमिंग की क्यों बात नहीं कर रहे हो भाई? और जहां तक ये इनकम टैक्स के टाइमिंग की बात है, मैंने भी पूछा किसी को, ये 3 साल से इनके साथ कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस हो रहा है। अब कोई अपने आप को कानून से ऊपर मानेगा तो कोई नहीं है कानून के ऊपर, सबने कानून के हिसाब से चलना पड़ेगा और आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा।
पर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि एक नैरेटिव वॉर है और ये एक लड़ाई चल रही है जिसमें एक तरफ मान लीजिए बीबीसी भी हो सकता है, पश्चिमी मीडिया हो सकता है, जिनको आप अर्बन नक्सल कह सकते हैं, लिबरल्स हो सकते हैं, वो आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ। मान लीजिए अर्थव्यवस्था है, G20 है, उनको ना G20 अच्छा लगता है, ना आपकी जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट उनको अच्छी लगती है, ना विश्व में आपका जो मान सम्मान हो रहा है वो उनको अच्छा लगता है। एक नैरेटिव ये बनता है कि देश में बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही है, महंगाई बढ़ रही है, अर्थव्यवस्था डूब रही है।
देखिए, मैं नहीं मानता देश में कोई भी अर्थशास्त्री ऐसा कहता होगा कि विश्व भर की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं की तुलना में हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था 1 मार्क भी नीचे है, कोई नहीं कहता है। अब किसी का चश्मा ही अगर पीला है तो हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। और नैरेटिव उनके करने से सेट नहीं होता। ये तो 2002 से मोदी जी के पीछे पड़े हैं, 2000 की साल से इनका नैरेटिव चलता तो ना मोदी जी मुख्यमंत्री नाते 3 बार 4 बार चुनकर आते, ना 2 बार प्रधानमंत्री नाते चुनकर आते। नैरेटिव देश की जनता तय करती है। डेमोक्रेसी में जनता सब चीज़ों को देखती है, इवेल्युएट भी करती है और उसको जवाब भी मतदान के अंदर देती है।
मैं जब आपके इंटरव्यू की तैयारी कर रहा था तो मैंने एआई की थोड़ी मदद ली और मैंने सोचा कि मैं एआई से भी कुछ सुझाव लेता हूँ। तो मैंने उसमें एक टॉपिक भरा, इंडियाज़ मोमेंट, ये भारत का पल है, इस पर कुछ लिख कर दें। तो एआई ने शुरू में तो अच्छी चीज़ें लिख के दी कि ठीक है भारत बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, और आखिर में उसने लिखा कि भारत में बहुत डिविसिव पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है, भारत में सिविल सोसाइटी में बहुत डिवीज़न हो रहा है, भारत में ह्यूमन राइट्स का हनन हो रहा है। कहने का मेरा मतलब ये है कि पहले ये पश्चिमी मीडिया में आया, फिर इंटरनेट में आया और अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में एम्बेडेड हो गया है। तो ये एक अलग तरह का एक वॉर एक अलग लेवल पे चला गया है और इसके लिए आपको लगता है और अभी समय लगेगा इससे निपटने के लिए, या आपने क्या सोचा है, कैसे इससे आप?
देखिए, हमने तो हमारा रणनीति स्पष्ट है। हम सच्चे मन से देश के विकास के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हम सच्चे मन से देश के गरीब के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और हम सच्चे मन से भारत को महान बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। नैरेटिव बिल्टअप करना आप लोगों का काम है और वो नैरेटिव सच्चा है या झूठा है वो तय करना जनता का काम है। दोनों लोग अपना अपना काम करते रहिए। हमें जितनी भी शक्ति ईश्वर ने दी है वो भारत को महान बनाने के लिए लगा रहे हैं।
अमित जी, इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी में आप अपने सामने अब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती क्या मानते हैं? एक पाकिस्तान का फ्रंट है, एक चीन का फ्रंट है, एक 2.5 फ्रंट, हम अपने देश का भी फ्रंट की बात करते हैं, और अभी अलग अलग जो रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं, अभी मैं एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था सिप्री की जो ये कहती है कि हमारे सारे जो पड़ोसी देश हैं सब के सब चीन से हथियार खरीद रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान 77% खरीद रहा है, बांग्लादेश 74% खरीद रहा है, श्रीलंका भी खरीद रहा है। तो हम चारों तरफ से मेड इन चाइना हथियारों से घिरे हुए हैं, और ऐसे में क्योंकि इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है, आप इन बातों को कितनी बड़ी चुनौती मानते हैं?
देखिए, मैं बहुत स्पष्टता से आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आज भारत आज़ादी के बाद इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के मामले में और एक्सटर्नल सिक्योरिटी के मामले में आज़ादी के बाद अगर सबसे ज़्यादा सुरक्षित है तो वो आज है, क्योंकि हमारी नीतियां स्पष्ट है। दुनिया में कोई भी भारत की सीमा और सेना इसके साथ छेड़खानी नहीं कर सकता है। मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के पहले हमारी कोई रक्षा नीति ही नहीं थी। रक्षा नीति विदेश नीति का एक छोटा सा चैप्टर बनकर रह गई थी। आज हमारी दोनों पॉलिसी स्पष्ट है। हम पूरी दुनिया से दोस्ती चाहते हैं, किसी से झगड़ा नहीं चाहते हैं, परंतु हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर किसी का दखल सहन नहीं करेंगे। पहले आए दिन पाकिस्तान से घुसपैठ होती थी, अनेक सारी घटनाएं होती थी। एक बार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक करने के बाद किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है कि भारत की सीमाओं के अंदर किसी भी प्रकार की छेड़खानी कर सके। और ये 2 घटनाओं के बाद पूरी दुनिया में संदेश गया है कि अमेरिका और इजराइल के बाद एक तीसरा देश भारत ऐसा है जिसके साथ छेड़खानी नहीं करनी चाहिए।
G20 अब हमारे देश में होने जा रहा है और हम सुपर पावर बनने का सपना देखते हैं, लेकिन आप देखेंगे कि जो सुपर पावर बने जितनी भी देश,
सुपर पावर शब्द ठीक नहीं है, ना हम एक कंसेप्ट में विचार करते हैं। हम हमारे देश को आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं और हम मानते हैं कि समाज जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में भारत विश्व में सबसे आगे हो। भारत कभी भी सुपर पावर बनने की ना सोच सकता है, ना सोचना चाहिए। ना ये हमारे देश का कल्चर है, ना हमारे देश का लक्ष्य हो सकता है।
लेकिन दोस्ती के आधार पर भी, मैत्री के आधार पर भी आप मजबूत हो सकते हैं, ये आपका कॉन्सेप्ट है?
जी जरूर।
G20 से हमारे देश के लोगों को कितना फायदा होगा, ये हमारे देश के लोग पूछते रहते हैं बार बार।
देखिए, हमारे देश में ढेर सारा परिवर्तन हुआ है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन हुआ है, सुविधाओं को हर एक व्यक्ति तक पहुंचाने के लिए आमूलचूल परिवर्तन हुआ है। स्टार्टअप, आज दुनिया अचंभित होकर भारत के स्टार्टअप को देख रही है। R&D में हमारे यहाँ आमूलचूल परिवर्तन हो रहा है। हर क्षेत्र की पॉलिसियाँ हमने नई बनाई, चाहे अंतरिक्ष हो, चाहे ड्रोन हो, चाहे खदानों का कॉमर्शियल उपयोग हो, हर क्षेत्र की। PLI के कारण बहुत बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आ रहा है और हम सब लोग मान रहे हैं कि हम दुनिया में सबसे तेजी से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक है। ये सब लोग मान रहे हैं। G20 एक ऐसा मौका है कि भारत में जो परिवर्तन हुआ है ये पूरी दुनिया देखे। और पहली G20 की मीटिंग बहुत बड़े समय के बाद शायद कभी नहीं हुई ऐसी है, जिसमें G20 की सीरीज ऑफ मीटिंग 59 शहरों में हो रही, 59 सिटीज में हो रही। एक भी राज्य, एक भी संघ शासित प्रदेश ऐसा नहीं है जहां G20 की कोई ना कोई मीटिंग नहीं होगी। तो दुनिया से 1 लाख से ज्यादा लोग जो आएंगे वो हर राज्य में जाएंगे। हमारी संस्कृति की जो विविधता है, हमारी खान पान की विविधता है, हमारी जो अतिथि देवो भव का कंसेप्ट है, हमारा वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का कंसेप्ट है, इसको ये फील कर कर जाएंगे और भारत की संस्कृति, नए भारत की कल्पना और भारत के अचीवमेंट तीनों को लेकर वो जाएंगे। मैं मानता हूं हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा मौका है और मोदी जी ने इसको बहुत अच्छे तरीके से प्लान कर कर भारत का दुनिया को परिचय कराने का एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है। और जो लोग यहाँ आएंगे और यहाँ से जाएंगे वो सारे लोग भारत की सुगंध लेकर जाएंगे।
मैं वापस 2024 पर आता हूँ। आप 2024 के लिए, लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए अपना सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिद्वंदी किसको मानते हैं? आप कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की बात करते थे, अब कांग्रेस से मुक्त आप कर पाए भारत को या नहीं कर पाए, या फिर क्षेत्रीय दलों को आप अपना सबसे बड़ा प्रतिद्वंदी मानते हैं?
देखिए, अभी तो जो चित्र देख रहा है, हर राज्य में हमारी स्पर्धा किसी न किसी अलग अलग दल से होगी, ऐसी स्थिति दिखाई पड़ती है। मगर स्पर्धा तो है ही, लोकतंत्र में सभी लोग चुनाव लड़ते हैं, अपनी अपनी बात को, अपने अपने विचारों को, अपने अपने बैकग्राउंड के साथ रखते हैं और जनता फैसला करती है।
पर बीजेपी का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड अगर आप देखें तो आप कांग्रेस से जब लड़ते हैं तो आसानी से जीतते हैं, लेकिन जब क्षेत्रीय दल से आप लड़ते हैं तब थोड़ी परेशानी होती है।
ऐसा नहीं है, यूपी में हम 4 चुनाव सपा बसपा से लड़कर जीते।
ये उत्तर
आरजेडी को कई बार हमने बिहार में हराया है, कई बार हराया है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हम क्षेत्रीय दलों से ही लड़कर जीते हैं।
अभी हम रामचरण के साथ बैठे हुए थे, आपने भी देखा, और जब ये ऑस्कर अवार्ड मिले भारत को तो इसमें भी नॉर्थ साउथ डिवाइड करने की कोशिश हुई। बहुत सारे लोगों ने कहा, खड़गे जी ने भी पार्लियामेंट में कहा कि ये साउथ इंडिया ने जो है ये 2 ऑस्कर अवार्ड भारत को दिलवाए हैं। तो ये एक लगातार एक कोशिश है नॉर्थ और साउथ डिवाइड की। आपको लगता है
भारत को ऑस्कर जो भी दिलाता है इसका गौरव होना चाहिए, जो भी दिलाए, कोई भी भारतीय दिलाए, इसका हमें गौरव होना चाहिए और हमें गौरव है। परंतु ये नॉर्थ साउथ का जो डिवाइड देख रहे हैं ना, वो डिवाइड नॉर्थ साउथ का नहीं है। मैं भी फिल्में बड़े शौक से देखता हूँ। कुछ फिल्में भी अभी साउथ की बहुत चल गई, मैंने भी इसको ध्यान से एनालिसिस किया है। जिन फिल्मों में भारतीय परंपरा, भारतीय संस्कृति और भारतीयता थी, वो फिल्मों को ज्यादा स्वीकृति मिली है। भारत बदल रहा है सुधीर जी।
बिल्कुल। और अगर आप ये RRR की भी बात करें तो यहाँ पर भी, लेकिन आपको ऐसा लगता है कि बॉलीवुड, जब फिल्मों की बात हो ही रही है, दक्षिण भारत की फिल्में हमारी परंपरा संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ा रही है? देखते हैं हम।
कोई भी बढ़ा सकता है भाई, इसको आप दक्षिण उत्तर न करिए। जो बढ़ाता है उसको जनता पसंद करती है।
लेकिन बॉलीवुड इसमें आपको लगता है थोड़ा पीछे है?
ना जी, मैं ऐसी कोई टिप्पणी करने यहाँ नहीं आया हूँ। मैं इतना कहना आया हूँ कि जनता का टेस्ट बदल रहा है और टेस्ट को सफलता के लिए सबने मैच करना चाहिए।
आप फिल्में देखते हैं? और हाउ ऑफन यू वॉच फिल्म्स?
नहीं, मैं बड़े इंटरेस्ट के साथ फिल्में देखता हूँ।
इसलिए मैंने आपसे सवाल पूछा कि आपकी जो छवि है वो बहुत ही सख्त प्रशासक की छवि है कि
कैसा लचर प्रशासक होना चाहिए। क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
नहीं, मतलब आपकी जो पर्सनैलिटी है वो ऐसी है कि भाई बहुत गुस्से वाले होंगे और हर समय क्रोध में रहते होंगे, बुरा मान जाते होंगे, और एक जो एक सॉफ्ट साइड ऑफ योर पर्सनैलिटी, वो बहुत लोगों के सामने अभी तक नहीं आया है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, काफ़ी लोग जानते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। ऐसा कर आप सॉफ्ट पर्सनालिटी का इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने का प्रयास मत करिए। मैं जैसा हूं, जनता मुझे अच्छे से जानती है। मेरे सार्वजनिक जीवन में विधायक और सांसद इन नाते 30 साल पूरा होना आ गया, तो ये बहुत लंबा समय है। बार बार जनता मुझे अपना प्रतिनिधि बनाती है, तो जानती ही होगी।
आप अमित जी खुद एक नॉन पॉलिटिकल परिवार से आते हैं। आपको पॉलिटिक्स का शौक था, आप पॉलिटिक्स में कैसे आए?
देखिए, ये सवाल आप इसलिए पूछ रहे हो कि आप पॉलिटिक्स को सत्ता के साथ जोड़कर दिख रहे हो। मेरे जैसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हजारों कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए देश का वातावरण ऐसा है कि मेरी बात काफी लोग साहजिकता से नहीं लेंगे, सरलता से नहीं लेंगे। इसको बोलने की खातिर बोला गया वाक्य भी मानेंगे, मगर मैं दृढ़ता से बोलना चाहता हूं, मेरे जैसे हजारों कार्यकर्ता भारतीय जनता पार्टी में है जो भारत के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में है, और मैं भी उसमें से एक कार्यकर्ता हूं।
मोदी जी के लिए जो लगातार बातें होती हैं, इस बार बात कही जा रही है कि कब्र खुद देंगे, पहले मौत का सौदागर, चौकीदार चोर है, वगैरह वगैरह, ये सब होता है। इस बार फिर से चुनाव से पहले इस तरह की बातें हो रही हैं। आपको ऐसा लगता है कि जब खड़गे साहब कहते हैं कि ये 10 सिर वाला रावण है, और फिर वही आपको पार्लियामेंट में भी मिलते हैं और फिर आपके साथ बैठ के, प्रधानमंत्री के साथ बैठ के बाजरे की खिचड़ी भी खाते हैं, तो जब इस तरह के आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगते हैं तो क्या ये पर्सनल रिलेशनशिप को भी खराब करता है, या कभी आप इस बारे में बुरा नहीं मानते?
नहीं भाई, सब अपने अपने विचारों के अनुसार बोलते हैं, मगर परंतु जो इस प्रकार के उद्गार करते हैं, मैं इसका एक अलग एनालिसिस किया है। सोनिया गांधी जी से लेकर एक कब्र खुदने वाला या मोदी तुम मर जाओ वाला जो नारे लगाए हैं आप पार्टी के लोगों ने, इस सारे नारों के बाद मोदी जी ज्यादा मजबूत होकर बाहर आए, क्योंकि किसी के कहने से कुछ नहीं होता है। लोकतंत्र में जनता ही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, जनता का ही अभिप्राय होता है।
हाउ इज योर इक्वेशन विद गांधी फैमिली? जब आप कभी पार्लियामेंट में एक दूसरे को क्रॉस करते हैं या किसी सार्वजनिक मंच पर कभी मिलते हैं, तो आपका रिलेशनशिप कैसा है?
नहीं भाई, मेरा रिलेशनशिप कैसा होगा? जैसा सामने वाले का मेरे साथ होगा, ऐसा मेरा उनके साथ होगा।
तो उल्टा कर देते हो, उनका कैसा है?
देखिए, मेरा कोई ऐसा व्यक्तिगत संबंध किसी गांधी परिवार के सदस्य से नहीं है। राजनीति में जो औपचारिक संबंध होते हैं वो है, वो एक और पार्टी के नेता है, मैं मेरी पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूं, तो दोनों अपनी अपनी पार्टी का काम करते हैं।
अमित जी, पिछली बार 303 सीटें मिली थी, इस बार आपका आकलन अपना क्या है? और अगर 303 भी आपको लेनी भी हैं तो इस बार आपको शायद साउथ, दक्षिण भारत से और ज़्यादा सीटें लेनी पड़ेंगी। आपने कुछ, आप आर्किटेक्ट हैं, ब्लूप्रिंट आपने बनाया होगा, कुछ शेयर कर सकते हैं?
मैं इतना कह सकता हूं, एरिया आप छोड़ दीजिए हम लोगों पर, परंतु इतना निश्चित कहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए दोनों की सीटों में बढ़ोतरी होगी, कमी कहीं पर भी नहीं।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि 303 से भी ऊपर जाएंगे?
जी।
कश्मीर में इस साल आपको लगता है कि लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले आप कश्मीर में चुनाव करा सकते हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में?
सुधीर जी, साच अर्थ में चुनाव कराने का काम चुनाव आयोग का है, तो आपने गलत जगह पे सवाल पूछ लिया है।
नहीं, पर आपका अपना भी तो एक आंकलन होगा कि क्या
चुनाव आयोग जब भी कहेगा, जब भी उनकी तैयारी पूरी होगी, वो चुनाव हो जाएगा।
क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन आपके हाथ में है, इसलिए मैंने आपसे पूछा।
देखिए, चुनाव आयोग जब उनकी तैयारी पूरी होगी तब गृह मंत्रालय से रिपोर्ट मांगेगा, हम तुरंत ही रिपोर्ट भेज देंगे, और ये रिपोर्ट जनरेट नहीं हो सकती है क्योंकि अब सारे पुलिस स्टेशन ऑनलाइन है, सारे आंकड़े ऑनलाइन है, एनसीआरबी में हर पल के हिसाब से सारी एफआईआर दर्ज हो जाती, मतलब काउंट हो जाती है, तो आंकड़े तो कोई जनरेट कर नहीं सकता। जब भी वो रिपोर्ट मांगेंगे हम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे।
हमारा समय अब समाप्त हो रहा है, तो लास्ट में एक दो सवाल आपसे और करता हूं। कैबिनेट रिशफल की बड़ी चर्चा हो रही थी अभी हाल ही में कि आप चुनाव से पहले एक बार कुछ फेरबदल करेंगे।
कहाँ चल रही है रिसफलिंग? मोदी जी ने करना है, आप लोग क्यों चर्चा कर रहे हो? जब भी वो करना चाहेंगे हो जाएगा। संविधान ने मोदी जी को जिम्मेदारी दी है कैबिनेट रीशफलिंग की, तो सबने एक्स्ट्रा बर्डन नहीं लेना चाहिए।
नहीं, हम लोगों को बहुत टेंशन हो रही है इस बात की। अमित जी, मैंने एक चीज़ और भी नोट की अभी आपके साथ बैठ के, कि आपने कम से कम 20 किलो वजन ज़रूर लूज़ किया होगा, एंड यू आर लुकिंग वेरी फिट टुडे, और टच वुड, ये अच्छी बात है। तो कोई किसी खास तरह का फिटनेस रिजीम आपने अभी फॉलो किया है?
भाई ऐसा है कि मैंने जो फॉलो किया है दूसरे को बीमार कर देगा। सबने अपने अपने डॉक्टर को पूछकर डॉक्टर की सलाह से करना चाहिए, मगर सबने फिट होना चाहिए।
बट आपने क्या किया, कुछ शेयर करना चाहेंगे आप?
नहीं, मैं एक्सरसाइज भी करता हूँ, खाने पीने पर भी कंट्रोल किया है, योगा करता हूँ, आसन भी करता हूँ।
अगर मैं आपके अपने परिवार की बात करूं, तो जब हम जैसे भारतीय संस्कृति की बात कर रहे थे, आपकी जो पोती है, आप देखिए आपके चेहरे पर मुस्कान आ जाता है जब आप उनकी बात करते हैं। तो आपने उनको वैदिक स्टडीज़ भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, संस्कृत में भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, और भारतीय संस्कृति की पूरी जानकारी भी आप उस बच्चे को दे रहे हैं।
जी, वो पढ़ रही है।
इसके पीछे क्या सोच है आपकी, और आप चाहते हैं कि क्या आपका जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है?
सबने पढ़ना चाहिए, सबने जानना चाहिए। हर क्षेत्र में पढ़ाई से तो फायदा ही होता है। मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारे पुराने ग्रंथों में बहुत जीवन के बहुत सारे रहस्य भी छिपे हैं, और देश की जानकारी भी छिपी है। देश के कल्चर को समझने लिए शिक्षा बहुत जरूरी है। तो बच्ची पढ़ रही है, अच्छे से पढ़ रही है।
आपके समय में, ये 8-9 साल में, जुडिशियल ओवररीच के भी कई मामले सामने आए हैं। जैसे मान लीजिए अभी चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर की अपॉइंटमेंट है, उस पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कह दिया कि अब इसमें चीफ जस्टिस भी उस पैनल में रहेंगे। आप इस तरह की चीज़ों का स्वागत करते हैं?
देखिए, मैं मानता हूं कि संविधान ने सबकी मर्यादाएं करी हैं। मेरी भी मर्यादा है, मैं अदालत पर कोई टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहता, परंतु सब ने अपने अपने दायरे में रहकर करना चाहिए। ये कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है जिसमें अदालत के किसी फैसले पर मैं टिप्पणी कर दूं। परंतु मैं इतना सुनिश्चित मानता हूं कि संविधान ने जो 3 व्यवस्थाएं करी है, तीनों व्यवस्था ने एक दूसरे पर भरोसा रखना चाहिए।
जी, पर ऐसा हो रहा है क्या? क्योंकि हम लॉ मिनिस्टर के भी बयान देखते हैं, हम कई बार ये चीज़ देखते हैं कि जहां ओवरलैपिंग हो रही है,
वो कंसर्न मंत्रालय के मंत्री है, वो बोल सकते हैं। मैं टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहूँगा अदालत पर।
जी, पर क्या आप इसको चैलेंज करना चाहेंगे? क्या आप इसमें
आप सफल नहीं होंगे सुधीर जी। मैं इस पर टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहूँगा।
तो अमित जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, क्योंकि हमारा टाइम अप हो गया है, और ब्लूप्रिंट आपने ऐसा कोई ख़ास आज बताया नहीं, पर इंतज़ार रहेगा कि आप देश के सामने ब्लूप्रिंट कभी प्रस्तुत करेंगे। और इतना ज़रूर मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि बहुत सारे सवाल ऐसे थे जो लोग जानना चाहते थे। मैंने कोशिश की कि मैं आपसे पूछूं, और आपका पक्ष जो है उन महत्वपूर्ण सवालों पर जो पहले नहीं आया था वो आपका आ सके। एंड आई होप यू एंजॉयड दिस इंटरव्यू।
जी, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we announce dinner. Dinner takes place at Raja Bagh, right outside on the lawns.